A massive welcome from East London Grand Prix circuit and a big welcome to everybody down in pit lane as well. Joining us here for the Bigfoot Express Freight 700. It's round 3 of the East London Grand Prix circuit and of course round 3 of the South African Endurance Series here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. It's the 4-hour. The Bigfoot Express Freight 700 taking place here at 3.920 kilometers of race action. And when I talk about race action, arguably the most picturesque circuit in the country and one of the most picturesque circuits in the world when it comes to motorsport. You can see 22 degrees Celsius at the moment. We've got a slight breeze. Possibility of rain is only 20%, so we're hoping that stays away, and about a 30 k/h wind at this point in time. That little breeze, probably about, it's like a mediocre breeze compared to what we had at the second round in Port Elizabeth only a couple of weekends ago. Having a look at the championship standings at this point in time, this championship is starting to heat up. Right now, Charles Arunges is on the perfect score. He's basically come out of the 2 rounds with wins. So he's the man to catch. But Franco Di Matteo is not too far behind him. Remember, Di Matteo partnered up with Marius Roberts down in 11th place overall. And the two of them shared a car in Port Elizabeth. So Di Matteo still stays in the hunt at the front end of this championship, with Brian Morgan and Donovan Taylor looking very, very tasty as the first of the backdraft Cobras, just ahead of Steve Clark and Richard Rutz. Zolile Lekaka and Stuart White make their way into 5th place. They, of course, are the team members and team partners to Charles Arunges. And, of course, Zolile will be in his own car today, driving in that magnificent Into Africa McLaren. It'll be Stuart White and Charles Arunges who partner up this time out in the Lamborghini. Philip Mayer, Dean Wilson and Gerald Wright all on 50 points as well. So equal and tied for 5th place there with Lekaka and with Stuart White. Dane Angel, Marcel Angel, big news, not here in East London, which gives James Forbes and Edwin and Byron Pretorius a chance to go a little bit higher up in the standings. Andrew Calvert and Sun Moodley at their home track. It is Sun Moodley, of course, who's the man behind Bigfoot Express Freight. He is now sitting there in 8th place in this championship overall on 35 points. Chris Budnick and Chris Pretorius there doing a super job in 9th, ahead of the Giant Killers, Andre Besaidnote and Saul Hack. In Team Perfect Circles, Global Touring Car Super Cup GTI. And that car looks like it's going to be in the running as well. As we get into the grid a bit later on, you'll see they qualified really nicely. Brad Liebenberg and Jonathan Machotzi are not here this weekend, so they'll be dropping behind and falling by the wayside there to Stian Kriel and Kursi Veyers. Marius Roberts is not here this weekend either. Kishore Patamba has decided to step out of the Ferrari and hand it over to his son, Michiel, and Brady Scorer will partner up there in 12th. And, of course, that 12th place in the championship may change up now. Patamba, Kishore that is, will be losing a little bit of ground. Trevor Graham and Brian Martin will be looking to just extend ever so slightly. Keegan Masters and Daniel Rowe not here. And Harm Pretorius will be looking to move up probably into the top 10 by the end of the day's proceedings. That's how the championship stands coming into this round. Let's have a look and see what it's going to look like as they come to form up on the grid. Sudale Motorsport is at the front end. And, of course, that is the car that we just mentioned, the all-conquering Lamborghini Huracan. And that GT3 spec machine is absolutely sitting perfectly around the circuit. This morning's qualifying, as you can see, a 16.674, and that is only about 0.6 of a second off the outright lap record that was set here by Stuart White. And, of course, he set that time this morning in qualifying in the Lamborghini. The 15.911 might not be up for grabs today, I don't think, in the Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, but there's definitely going to be some big action expected there between the top two. Look at Franco Scribante Racing's Silvio and Franco Scribante Chevron B26. That's a twin Hayabusa V8, Suzuki Hayabusa V8, and looking pretty tasty on a 16.874. So only 0.2 of a second between the top two on the front row as they come to line up there. Team Calyx is in 3rd place. That is Paul Hill and Michael Stephen, who make a welcome return to the South African Endurance Series. And they're sitting there, of course, in 3rd place, the 2nd row of the grid, first car on that grid. And alongside them will be the Auto Investment Ligier. That Ligier will definitely be in for a bit of a challenge today. Watch out for James Forbes, who will be starting in that car and partnering up with Rian Bortma through the day. The backdraft Cobra, the first of those, of course, is car 72. An incredible bit of driving coming out of the pack of cars. And 72 is, of course, the car that's going to be piloted there by Brian Martin and Trevor Graham. You've got the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche of Sun Moodley, and he's going to be one of the competitors who will also be looking to go into the Hour Endurance. And speaking of Hour Endurance, you've also got the Stradale Motorsport machine there, the Lamborghini Gallardo of Harry Arunges in 9th, and Maximo Racing there in 10th place. Let's go down to the grid and catch up with Gary van der Spey, our pit lane consultant. So comms to Gary, not quite there, but we'll get that comms all sorted out. But it's great to be here in East London at the East London Grand Prix Circuit, a historic venue, of course, for motorsport in South Africa. And certainly looking forward to seeing all the action that's going to happen here this weekend. And we've already seen action, big time. We had 37 cars entered for this race. A couple of them, unfortunately, had some issues in the qualifying and practice sessions. They won't be making it out. Zolile Leclerc, of course, is one man who had a bit of issue in the qualifying, had a puncture, and will have to start from the back of the grid in his McLaren. And then, of course, take into account that you're going to have to watch out for all the action that will be happening through this pack, because you've got guys entered into the 1 hour endurance race that happens for the first hour of this race meeting, and you've got guys that are going to be out there for the entire time. We've also got some lady drivers who've joined us, of course, and looking forward to doing some damage at the front end of their championship in terms of the ladies and who the best lady is going to be. So far, Claire Vale has been the top end of that field, but she is now joined by a very, very competitive little young lady coming out of oval track racing and V8 supercars. And watch out for Lonica Martins as she partners up there with Ishmael Peck in a backdraft Cobra, prepared by Stradale Motorsport. We had an opportunity just before we got into the race action to go down into pit lane and catch up with our top three from qualifying. Let's go and catch up now with our pole man, Stuart White. You were impressive in a Janetta, buddy, but man alive, you were half a second off your own lap record here in the Lambo.
Yeah, I must say, Greg, a big thanks to Stradale Motorsport. They produced a massively good car after PE. We sat down and understood the car a little bit better after driving it for 2 hours, so we made a few setup changes, and man, the car was on rails. I think it was one of the best laps I ever produced in a racing car. Afterwards, I was shaking, and I think it's when you know you put everything into it and how hard the team has worked behind the scenes, it's really satisfying. But it's still a long race ahead, so still a lot to do. The first step is done now, but still a lot that we need to do in the race and manage. So I think it's still going to be quite difficult, but we'll give it our best. And the team are definitely working hard to make it 3 wins in a row. So we're giving it our best. And thank you to Charlotte Ranjis and Harry Ranjis for the amazing opportunity. I mean, it's not every day that you get to race such amazing cars. So I'm really thankful for the opportunity, and from Stradale Motorsport side, and especially Joost as well, putting in a lot of effort behind the scenes.
Sylvia, that's an impressive time. If you look at the outright lap record that was broken here last year by Stuart White, he went down to 15.9, but your 16.8 was still quicker than the original one that Scheckter set here in his Formula Atlantic.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, Greg. I mean, the car's definitely working well. I mean, there was still more time in it for me, to be quite honest. I think I just need to grow my you-know-what and through Potters, but...
They say you got to have balls for Potters.
Unfortunately, Potters let me down in qualifying, but yeah, a little bit annoyed about that. But would have been nice to have got pole. I mean, there's nothing really in it. 0.2 of a second. I think it's going to be one hell of a race between Stuart and myself on the start, and we're definitely there. We're definitely there. The car feels great. So our race pace is good. Our tyre wear is good. Our fuel economy is good. So it should be better than theirs. So I think. The game's on.
We can't wait. Good luck for the day, and good luck to Franco as well. Look like the team's ready to rock and roll here.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Greg.
Mark, it's tough to come back sort of in the middle of the season after 2 rounds already. You had a little bit of play in PE, but it wasn't in this car. But this car certainly is a big threat to the front end, and I think both the Stradale team and the Scribanti team are concerned.
I would be too. No, jokes aside, I mean, quali went well. We had a bit of traffic on our flying lap. I don't think I would have done a 16.5 or 16.6, but it's a 4-hour race, and that's what's important. We said we're doing 2 laps in quali, irrespective, and just get on the front 2 rows of the grid, and we fight from there. But it should be a good race. It's nice to have that competition up front, and looking forward to it.
This car is very, very good. We've already seen it perform well last year with both you and Paul, so you must be looking forward to going at it again with your teammate.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic car to drive. So great to have the opportunity, and looking forward to sharing the race with Paul.
Massive welcome back for all of our Facebook viewers, and of course everybody that is here in pit lane and here at the East London Grand Prix Circuit for round 3 of the South African Endurance Series. It's the Bigfoot Express Freight 700, and there is our COC. We'll be catching up with him a little bit later on in the day, but great to see Eric Schultz getting the cars out on track and almost on time. The reason that we are slightly delayed in our live stream feed, of course, was not due to anything that we could do or anything we had control of. In the sprint races this morning with the local categories, we had a couple of guys who had some offs, and with those red flag situations, we unfortunately had to delay the start until 1:30. So we are basically good to go now for the start. As you can see, Haval Edenvale supplying us the incredible pace car and course car today, the H2 Haval. At the front end, courtesy of Roy Aubrey and his team from Haval Edenvale. A big thanks to them. as we head into what is going to be round 3 of this championship. And as you saw at the start, if you did join us, or if you're just joining us now, go back and have a look at how tight this championship is. It is really poised on a knife edge. And looking forward to a big battle that's going to ensue here today amongst 13 backdraft Cobras, which is a big field and an incredible field that's growing all the time. And great to see what Tony Martin and his team from Backdraft are doing. That's one of them. That, of course, is, I think that is actually Mackie Adlam, who's partnering up with Rudy Barnard this weekend. Not quite sure. I think that is Mackie's helmet in the number 7 car there. So he'll be starting in the number 7 Backdraft. It's the Sky Blue Backdraft. Cobra. Behind him is Cara Hill and Trevor Bland. They'll be in the Calyx Polo. Nice qualifying from the two of them. And as you can see, as they make their way around there, we've got one car that's missing from that field. It'll be Zolile Letlaka, who will be starting from pit lane in the Stradale Motorsport and into Africa McLaren. So look out for that car coming out of pit lane on the start. Other one starting from pit lane, of course, will also be Makil Pitamba. He'll be partnering up with Brad Scorer in the number 17 Ferrari. And this little Ferrari will be looking forward to a big battle at the front if they can get through as quickly as possible. A couple of the backdraft Cobras also stuck there, but we are underway and head down towards Potter's Pass, the most spectacular corner in the country for the very first time here at the Bigfoot Express 700. And into turn 1, it looks like it's going to be Stuart White who hangs on. Yes, Stuart White, who is hanging on to the inside line, and as he heads down towards turn 1, gets the whole shot. Behind him, it's Scribante. Scribante tucks in behind, and Silvio Scribante doing a super job to start this race out. Michael Stephen right there with them, and that first Cobra there is Mike McLaughlin. What a start there from Big Mac. So Big Mike is in the house. Behind them is the two Ligiers, James Forbes and De Matteo. Then it's the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche of Sun Mudley, and right on Mudley's tail, it's Saul Hack in Team Perfect Circles Polo GTI coming out of the Super Cup category. So top 3 starting to get away ever so slightly. They kind of matched on times, those 3 cars. So a nice start there for the 3 of them. You're going to have groups of cars coming through. Harry Arangi's already all over the back end of Saul Hack. The Paget Racing and Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini. Oh, it looks very, very good out there. And looking for a chance now in the Hurricane to see if he can find a way past. Whether or not that's going to be the case. In fact, that's not the Hurricane, I beg your pardon. That one is the Gallardo. So that Gallardo doing a super job with Harry Arangi's behind the wheel. And of course, that car's just been rebuilt by Stradale Motorsport, and the engine being prepped by them as well. So looking forward to seeing how well that engineering has gone on the rebuild of the car. The first lap and the first minute or so of racing is completed by the top 3 as they head down towards the infamous Potter's Pass. And basically line astern at this point in time. Stu opening up a little bit of a margin, and it looks like there's a bit of pressure coming onto the back end of Scribante from Michael Stephen. Michael Stephen in the Aston Martin, the Calyx Aston Martin, going on the inside and down into Cochabana for second place. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, he's not. He looks on the inside, but Scribante keeps him honest. So they go onto the beach straight, and it's very, very tight stuff. I can see the beach straight out of my window, and it doesn't look like there's been a change-up in those first 3, as, yes, the B26 hangs on for now. It seems to have a little bit of extra squirt down the straight and can hang on to the second place due to the fact that it accelerates a bit quicker, and power-to-weight ratio is probably a little bit better as well on that twin Suzuki Hayabusa engine that's in that B26 Chevron, as opposed to the big V12 monster behind it that Michael Stephen is piloting. The Ligier battle here into what is now 5th and 6th place. That is James Forbes leading at the moment, the 27 De Matteo Racing Ligier there, of Franco De Matteo. Second in the championship, remember. And behind that, Sun Mudley now pulling away, and looks like, yes, Harry Arangis has found a way past and got through on Saul Hack. So Saul Hack down to 8th place where he qualified, and Harry Arangis moves up 1 place just ahead of Hack now into 8th. It looks like there's a problem with the Ferrari. Mikhail Patamba slowing up there, the Ferrari slowing up and about to be lapped as they come down. The leaders have already caught and about to pass these guys down into Cochabana. So, oh, what an amazing dice that we're seeing at this point in time. Down in Cochabana, possible change up though for, yeah, they go in, the Ferrari gets out the way, and fortunately stays out the way. They're onto the beach straight now and heading down into the beach straight. We've got some big action expected to come into the complex any second now. The Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche hangs on ahead of Arangis. Arangis ahead of Hack. Saul Hack hanging on for what is now going to be possibly 9th place. And then it's Rachard Rutz, first of the backdraft Cobras, ahead of Wade Van Zimmeren. Local man as well here in the heat of the action, heading down towards Cochabana corner. Late braking. Oh, a little bit of smoke coming off the brakes there. And smoking big time there. Locking up from Rechard Roots down into Cochabana. It's a steam train of Cobras behind there. A couple of cars thrown into the mix as well, which are not normal contenders in this category, but great to have them here. Some local competitors joining us and some new competitors. Great big welcome there, of course, to Lorenzo Gotteri and to Julian Familiaris, also in a backdraft Cobra this weekend. There's the battle now for what is 10th and 11th place. It's Wade Van Zimmerman, who is all over the back of Rechard Roots. Is that Zolile Letlaka, I think, just behind? It looks like he might be there in the McLaren. He's made up a lot of ground over these first couple of laps. Yes, he is. There it is, the Inter-Africa McLaren, up now into what is 12th place. Behind that, they line up Tony Martin, Brian Morgan, Mackie Adlam, Trevor Bland in the Polo, Sean Hurley, Kurt Bakewell, and Philip Mayer with Ishmael Peck coming through there to make up the top 20. It's a nice start to the proceedings here for the Bigfoot Express Freight 700. And as we start to get things all sorted out now, heading down towards turn 1, Potter's Pass. That is Team Perfect Circle, Saul Hack. Here goes the battle for the Cobras, and Zolile Letlaka trying to find his way past all those Cobras. He squeezes out Rechard Roots and gets through there in the McLaren as they get into Potter's Pass. So a nice bit of driving there from Letlaka to go through and sort it all out. So we have completed a couple of laps now. We're about almost 5 minutes into this race. Stuart White leads out in the Lamborghini from Silvio Scribanti and Michael Stephen. No changes between the top three at this point, but some big pressure being applied from the early stages there by Michael Stephen to get through on Silvio Scribanti. Here they come across the line. How evenly matched do you want that? That is proper close there. It's less than a second between the top three as they cross the line, and they're already into traffic. He said by about the 4th lap of action they would be into traffic. It was actually by the 3rd lap because a couple of guys had some issues. And I think down in pit lane, one of the cars that's going to be a big problem is going to be Kishore Patamba's Ferrari. It was slowing up dramatically on that first opening lap, or second lap, of course, of action that we saw. And maybe a bit of a gearbox issue there for the Ferrari. Nice to see some local cars as well involved in the series and joining us as wild cards in the series. More Cobras being caught and about to be passed. Looks like is that the Zane Pierce car? Yeah, Zane Pierce being caught and passed now by Stuart White, by Scribanti, and also looking for opportunities now from the Aston Martin. And that Aston Martin using the back markers now. Michael Stephen using those back markers to his advantage to try and get through on Scribanti. He'll head up towards Beacon Corner and coming onto the straight. Hopefully we can pick up that action coming out of Beacon and see whether or not there's been a change-up. But as you can see, we don't have the two straights covered here, but I can see the beach straight, which is going to help us out during the day and give you the action that's going to happen down there, of course, for the entire 4 hours of racing. Lorenzo Gotteri has moved himself up into 20th place. Kurt Bakewell is up to 18th. We got Tony Martin, Brian Morgan, and Mackie Adlam who've dropped down slightly from their qualifying positions. In terms of the qualifying at this point in time, good start so far from Stuart White, GT3, leading GT3 in 3rd place with Michael Stephen, and more traffic there for the top three to try and find their way past. Julian Familiaris has now moved himself up, or just picked up on the wrong car there. No, Mark McLaughlin, I beg your pardon, coming through there for 4th place ahead of Di Matteo. Di Matteo should be the leading Ligier, and looking for a chance now to try and stay ahead of this pack of cars. He'll be just chopping and changing there a little bit with James Forbes in the Auto Investments car. That's also a Ligier. So the two French Mikes doing a super job at this point, and Mark McLaughlin in the middle of the two of them at the moment. So Di Matteo doing all things right. Sun Moodley there in shot, the Bigfoot Express Freight man himself, currently sits in 7th ahead of Harry Arangis in the Stradale Gallardo. And then, of course, pushing hard is Saul Hack in the Global Touring Cars Super Cup Polo GTI. So interesting way that this has all started out, and of course a little bit of frantic action that we saw from the start. It's kind of just calmed down a little bit. But when I say calming down, it never ever really calms down in endurance series. There's always action like we're seeing. Look at that. James Forbes trying to come back at Di Matteo as they come into the complex through gate corner and right on Forbes' tail now. Mike McLaughlin, Big Mike, and Big Mike having some problems there because he's dropped back slightly. He was down in 4th place at one point. He's now lost down into 6th place behind both Di Matteo, and it's saying Julian Familiaris, but I think that's Di Matteo in the car. Yeah, Frank Di Matteo. I don't know why Familiaris keeps coming up on our timing monitor, but Julian Familiaris a little bit further back in that pack, so it's not quite that one. Might be just picking up on the same color cars. So Stewie White is the man to catch at this point in time and leads things out by a good margin ahead of Silvio Scrivanti. The first three cars still all lapping within a second and a half of each other. So there's nothing between those top three. Can you imagine if it goes like this for the entire 4 hours, which it could possibly do? Of course, pit lane strategies are going to play around with how things end up. But it's Forbes and Di Matteo, the Ligiers 4 and 5. McLaughlin's down to 6, as I said, ahead of Sun Mudley. And looks like Zolile Leclerc are trying to find a way through here on Saul Hack to demote the Polo down one position. So blue flags waving at the pit exit. It's just to warn the drivers that there's a car coming out of pit lane. I didn't quite see which car was coming out of pit lane, but definitely a car coming out of that pit lane. Saul Hack was able to hang on. That's impressive. It just shows that he's got the skills and probably the experience to go through probably almost foot flat. It was the Ferrari that came back out. The Ferrari now back out on circuit just ahead of the two backdraft Cobras of Richard Rutz and Wade van Zimmeren. But the Ferrari is back on track, but a long way down. Lots of work now to be done by Kishore Patamba's youngest, Mikhail Patamba. And of course he's partnering up there with Brad Scorer. Their Mini, the Castrol Mini, unfortunately had some problems and broke a side shaft again. Same thing as what happened in PE. And now, unfortunately, having to do all the work that they did so nicely in the Mini. And, well, fortunately for them, Dad was here with the Ferrari and sacrificed that car for his son and Brad Scorer to try and score some points. Cobra's fighting down through Rifle Corner. Rifle range in a backdraft Cobra with these kind of spec cars, probably going to be just over the 200k an hour mark. Possibly pushing the 220-ish part of this top-end speed of these cars. And as I mentioned earlier, it's great to see we've got 13 of them now involved in this pack of 36 cars that we've got. We've got a course car and a pace car on track. So possibilities there of an issue out on circuit. And safety car has been called. So both the safety car and the course car there, picking up on the leaders. Perfectly done there by Ian Riddle, our course car driver, and the pace car man picks up on the leader. Michael Stephen had to back out of a possible overtaking maneuver there on Silvio Scrivanti as they came to the line, but realized that the Haval safety car has been deployed. So they sent the course car out, which means there's probably an issue on the circuit. I don't know if our camera guys can pick up where it is, but yellow flags and safety car boards are waving. It could possibly be the Ferrari, I don't know, but the Ferrari was actually going okay. There was no issues on the Ferrari at all. Everything was going fine for that car once he got back on track, but you can see them now all line astern. Wonder if we're going to see anybody diving in the pit lane and maybe get an early pit stop in. It's a bit too early for strategies to come into play right now for pit stops, but we'll wait to see what the case is there. So from a bit of frantic action to start things out, we'll give you a rundown. It's Stuart White from Silvio Scrivanti and Michael Stephen. That's how they stand in the top three. James Forbes and Mike McLaughlin. I think it possibly might be Di Matteo. Franco Di Matteo could be the car that was in trouble because he's dropped off. He was behind. He was actually ahead of James Forbes. So the Di Matteo Racing Ligier of Franco Di Matteo and Romano Sartori, possibly the car that had an issue on circuit. So we haven't picked up where exactly that issue is. I don't have links like I had in PE to the race control, so I won't be able to pick up exactly where it is. Maybe we'll see them on track on the cameras that we've got. But I would assume with them dropping out by the wayside and completely out of that top 10, in fact, out of the top 20 already, it looks like it's the Di Matteo Ligier that's had the problem. He was fighting with that green and white Ligier going through shot now, just ahead here of Mike McLaughlin in the backdraft Cobra, the GT4 backdraft Cobra, that is. Slightly different spec to that machine. That runs a Lexus twin turbo as opposed to the big V8s that the normal backdraft Cobras will be running in the E-Class. So a bit of chopping and changing that's going to happen now. Guys are going to take it easy. We got the white flag there. If you're new to motorsport, means that there's a slow course car on circuit, a car that's going slightly slower than what it should. And that means that the Haval is probably going to be seen in full action there. And then, of course, another lap under the Haval safety car means we're going to be watching for how things could change up here for everybody. A big welcome to everybody who's joined us as well, not only here at the circuit because we don't have any spectators, but everybody down in pit lane will be hearing us on the PA system as well as what we're putting out here on Facebook. So a big welcome to all of our usual contenders who've jumped in there. Godfrey Rodimer, good to have you here, buddy. Thank you so much. Dave Bland and Damien Hammond, and of course Rodney Williams and Jean White has joined us as well. So thank you for your support, guys and ladies. We do appreciate it. Looking forward to bringing you all the action here today. And Ramona Satori, possibly the call. I know you can hear me there and talking in there. So everybody down in pit lane, we're going to just get you a little bit of insert here for our guys on Facebook. Let's quickly go to Team Perfect Circle. Pardon me. Any second now, we're going to catch up with both Andre Besaidnout and Saul Hack from Team Perfect Circle while we've got the safety car out on track. Let's go and have a look and see what their qualifying was like. Eventually get to catch up with you. I mean, we're staying at the same hotel, I believe, but I didn't even get to see you at breakfast this morning. What did you have? Because it seems to be working.
Well, I think it really came down to a very good driver this morning. I mean, Saul placed this thing in 8th place, beating one of the GT3 cars, so an amazing time of a 28. I mean, we never expected that. Yesterday we were playing around in 31s and 32s, but I mean, this guy just did it, eh?
I didn't think you expected to see a 28 out of this car this weekend. You were sort of talking about the sort of low 30s, and then all of a sudden it just came right. But I think we saw it in PE. This is a giant killer.
Yeah, this car's amazing. Who would expect us to qualify our qualifier Lamborghini? You know, we were playing yesterday, I think, on much older tyres, and Freddie was saying to us, you know, there's definitely a 28, 27 in there. And I didn't, you know, I took it with a pinch of salt, and I said, okay, well, I'll do my best. And then we tested it out just to scrub one of the sets of tyres for the race, and I saw this morning for sure there's a 28, maybe a 27. I mean, a 28-1 is as much as I could extract out of it in the conditions, and yeah, I'm very happy with it, man.
Andre, what's the strategy now for the race? So we're going to look at a similar kind of strategy from PE to sort of see if we can get into the top 5?
Well, you know, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We started the last time, I think, in P9, and we got down to 4th. We've got a little bit of surprises for our competitors. The previous time we were really hampered by very slow filling because we had a problem with the fuel tank filling up. I think we can save about 5-6 minutes in that regard. So all things going well, we'll be there at the end.
Lovely. So continued action out here, but unfortunately the action has slowed slightly with the Haval safety car that has been deployed due to, as I said, haven't got confirmation on that. I tried to get confirmation on the break there as we caught up with both Andre Besaidnout and Saul Hack from Team Perfect Circle. I assume it's the De Matteo Ligier that had the problem, and if they are recovering that vehicle anywhere around the circuit, unfortunately we haven't picked up exactly where that car has gone off or had an issue, but it's certainly the car that has dropped completely out of the standings on our ZA timing system, and we can't see if it is anywhere stricken on the circuit. But everybody is still maintaining and circulating around the track. Some of the guys not quite caught up to the back end of the Ferrari, who is the last car on track. But let's have a quick look at how things went on the start, as this is what it looked like from the word go. Across the line, down towards turn 1, a little bit of action there. As you can see, Michael Stephen had a go, tried to find a way through and stay with Stuart White, but around the outside, Silvio Scavanti was up for the challenge and maintained second place through Potters, going around the outside using what they always say here at East London, you have to have the balls for Potters, and he certainly had it there to ensure that the Aston Martin was kept behind him. Right on their tail at that stage was Mike McLaughlin. Good start there from the big backdraft Cobra Lexus twin turbo powered machine, and he tried to stay with him as long as possible. Dropped off by the wayside. There is the De Matteo Silver Dream Racer there from De Matteo Racing, Franco De Matteo, the pilot of that car, and that's the car that I said could possibly have caused the safety car here in the opening stages of this round 3, the Bigfoot Express Freight 700 here at East London Grand Prix Circuit. Down into gate corner, the top 3 had already pulled a little bit of a margin and got away from McLaughlin. McLaughlin had done the same thing there to James Forbes and De Matteo, but it was Son Moodley in the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche who started to push right from the word go to try and stay with the Ligiers and keep Saul Hack and Harry Arundis at bay. But in the background, as you can hear, we are back under race conditions, and as everybody came to complete the first lap in anger, it was a good start there and a full green flag once again now on track as well, as we come out of the highlights there of what was the race start, and we restart here down towards Rifle, led out once again by the Lamborghini, and Silvio Scrivanti following him through. Michael Stephen hanging in there for third place, applying a little bit of pressure, but I can tell you right now, Michael Stephen is a wily competitor and will certainly know exactly when to push and when not to push that Aston Martin V12. Big welcome there to Angelo. How are you doing, buddy? All the way from Cape Town. Eli Vergara is here. He would love to be at the circuit. Of course, we're in his hometown, but he's having to stay at home. And Kat Pretorius, thank you so much for joining us, but I hope you enjoy all of the live stream. We're going to try and stay live for the entire 4 hours. That's, of course, Eskom hopefully not going to interfere with us or anything like that. And if everything works with the internet gods, we will be pushing it to the limit, courtesy of iLEB and True Race. And, of course, yours truly, the voice of choice, going to bring you all the action here at the circuit as well as on our live stream. Anybody that's down in pit lane that can hear the commentary, if you do want to see any of the race action that's happening out on track, don't forget it's free. It's on iLEB or on the South African Endurance Race Series Facebook pages. You can log on to those Facebook pages and you can get the visuals that we are putting out on Facebook on our live stream, courtesy of iLEB and True Race. So a massive thanks to, of course, our camera crew that are out there to bring us all the action, and we'll try and bring you as much of that as possible. Stu White putting a little bit of a margin now over Scribanti. Kind of equidistant, but as I say that, Michael Stephen closes the gap down into Cochabana in the Aston Martin. It's keeps telling me 4th place, James Forbes, Mike McLaughlin and Lorenzo Guarteri. Robin Creel, I don't know if Robin Creel started in that car, but yeah, there's a couple of things going on with our timing monitor. It's not quite working out there, but we'll keep an eye on that one, because it's telling me drivers that are not even involved in that top 3 or top 10, and they're dropping by the wayside. So maybe race monitor's not picking up exactly what's happening on the circuit at this point in time, but we certainly seeing that top 10, which of course is Mike McLaughlin in 5, Son Moodley for Bigfoot Express Freight in 6. He's racing, remember, with Harry Arangis for the hour endurance race, which is an internal race that happens for the first hour of this one. And there's separate categories involved in that one. Mo Mia will be there as well. So will Niraj Ghazi. Zolila Letlaka, who's in that race too. And then, of course, Roy Aubrey, unfortunately, had a gearbox issue in his 996 Porsche and won't be participating, the man from Haval, Edenvale. And that's a big loss to that one, because he was looking forward to a big battle there between himself, Son Moodley, and, of course, Harry Arangis. But needless to say, we've still got Roy Aubrey's cars on track, or they were a couple of minutes ago. And that's the Haval H2s that come from Edenvale, Haval, and Haval, South Africa. Nice action happening here as well, as we start to see the back markers being caught once again by the top cars. Zane Pierce in that white backdraft Cobra has had some issues. He had a problem and a big off in qualifying, so I'm not quite sure if that car is working as well as what it was earlier in the week. And the top 3 have now caught and passed and about to pass him. Further back, we also pick up on the 99, of course, Niraj Ghazi in that 99. The 69 car there, the Toys R Us Porsche of Momia and Rajadim Naidu. Great to have those 2 competitors involved in this one. So big action expected here between them, as we see the action that's going to happen right through. And, of course, competitors that are racing in this Bigfoot Express Freight 700 are also racing in separate classes, which we'll get into a bit later on and show you how the classes have worked out for the first part of this race meeting. Moodley, Hack, and Arangis fighting for honours there and fighting for top 10 honours. Zolila Letlaka has dropped back slightly, so he's lost a bit of ground there to, I think it's Richard Ritz and to Wade Van Zimmeren, as they go through there and into, of course, the back straight. Now, we don't get to see the back straight at all, unfortunately, but the back straight is actually quite a nice shot to see the development that's happening on the right-hand side of the circuit, and the redevelopment of what was the original water park here at the East London Grand Prix circuit, which is great to hear, and good news for East London as a whole. Michael Stephen applying the pressure, looking for a way through this. He might have a go here. Michael Stephen's going to have a go down into Cochabana. Is he close enough? Was he good enough on the brakes? He was good on the brakes, but that little Chevron B26 is so nimble through Cochabana. And watch it get the squirt on now down that beach straight away. There's a very good possibility that he'll hang on, because I don't think Michael Stephen's got an answer to him down the beach straight. Have we got another safety car is what I'm concerned about. I think we might have a second safety car. I was just waiting for those cars to go down into the beach straight, and everybody started slowing down quite dramatically. So second time that the Haval H2 has been called into action, and it's picked up on some of the backdraft Cobras as it rolled out of pit lane. Another safety car being deployed here. Not quite sure what the reason is for that safety car, but we'll try and pick up on exactly what's gone down around the circuit somewhere, and maybe get to see exactly what's happened with one of the competitors. And as they go through there and of course into the complex. Cars rolling across the line now and heading down into, of course, almost the first half an hour of racing going to be completed very shortly. Not a bad start to the proceedings, but as you can see, a couple of cars have had some issues. A couple of cars have had to come into pit lane as well to get a few adjustments made. With those adjustments come, of course, possibilities of problems later on, because you cannot afford to lose ground at any point in an endurance race. It'll be extremely costly. Big welcome to Willie Adlam, who's all, of course, in Polokwane and enjoying all the action and hoping for a good day's racing for his son. So we'll be looking forward to seeing what happens with that. As Mackie will be getting into the car. I think he's actually in the car. I think he started the race in that number 7 Sky Blue Cobra. Look out as well as we get into the thick of it. You can see that there's a Zane Pierce machine, the 77 car going through there. That's actually the D'Amato. That's actually, sorry, I beg your pardon. 77 is Familiaris and Lorenzo Gotteri. So some new cars that we've still got to get used to in livery that's in those new cars. I think that might be where the issue is. Yes, it's the Lotus. So that little Lotus, where's that Birkin 7? Where is it? Let's just pick up and see who that was. On our entry list, I think it was a late entry, so I don't think I've got it on this entry list. There's the Caterham, and that's Sean Hurley, local man as well, who had some problems down at Cochabana. So that's the reason for the safety car. It's been picked up by our recovery vehicles and being towed back to pit lane now. So we're probably going to have about a lap and a half under safety car still to go before we get into more race action here. Sun Mudley now tucked in behind the 32 car. And some work to be done for him. He's got to try and close things down and get up to, of course, Saul Hack. He's managed to get ahead of the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche somehow in all the chaos and action that we've had so far. Temperatures haven't changed. The wind stays still at about 30k an hour, so it's not really any changes in terms of ambient or track conditions at this point. Probably going to get cooler into the afternoon. We're going to drop the ambient temperatures, which means that the track temperatures will drop as well, and teams will be well aware of what's going to be happening there too. There you can see some assistance being pulled in. It is Hurley, yeah, Hurley being pulled in the Caterham, and assisted there by our H2 course car as well. Once again, just a reminder to all of our guys that are down in pit lane, and you can see them as they roll through there. I'm going to just make a general announcement, so apologies to all those people that are watching us on the live stream, but it's also, we are linked to the PA system, and just a reminder to everybody down in pit lane to please be wearing your mask. Guys, we are going live around the world, and we are trying to portray that we have got all the PPE and COVID preventative measures put in place. And that means that drivers and team members must have their masks on at all times. These guys, it's vitally important. We definitely don't want to have the powers that be shutting us down if there are any issues. So just a reminder to everybody, we are keeping up with all of the stringent COVID measures that have been put into place to allow South African motorsport to resume, and of course resuming in a big way here with round 3 of this championship at the East London Grand Prix circuit. We are got cameras live all the time, guys, so we just want to make sure that that people that are around have got their masks on and are keeping the social distancing. Have a look at the classes. That's how it stands at this point in time. GT3, it's Stuart White from Michael Stephen, but the top 3 there you can see are split by the 2 GT3 and S category cars of Silvio Scribante and James Forbes. Mike McLaughlin in 5th place is leader in GT5. He's ahead of Tony Martin further down there in 12th place. GT4's is Sun Mudley hanging on, and the hour endurance race at this point in time is being led out by Harry Arangis over Zulile Tlaka. Saul Hack leads Class B. He's got Chris Budnick down in 20th place to worry about a little bit later on. And in Class E, the big backdraft Cobra class looking good with Rechard Rutz from Van Zimmeren and Brian Morgan. You've got Mackie Adlam, Kurt Bakewell, Colin Ellison, Zane Pierce and Robin Creel starting things out there for the Creel Racing Machine. And we're looking at about 150 odd people that are live with us so far watching the stream as we've kicked things off. Please remember, like and share this, pass it on, and tell all your friends about us. Let's try and get this live stream up as much as we can and get as many people watching what we're doing down here at the East London Grand Prix circuit as possible. I had Dave White on my shoulder there. I could see him just having a squiz over my shoulder to see what's happening on the live stream, to see what his boy's up to. I think we may be going for a restart here. I see them winding up. Are we going to be possibly under green flag again? Yes, we are. So green flag and racing again. Down towards turn 1, led out by the Ligier there of James Forbes. Watch out for the leaders coming through this big pack. Now remember, they're stuck in slower cars for a couple of laps. Possibly not going to try anything too dramatic to get through, but use the extra squirt of the more powerful cars to ensure that they can find their way to the front end as quickly as possible. So back under race conditions and green flag here at East London Grand Prix circuit. Saul Hack trying to come back at the Lamborghini, I beg your pardon, of Harry Arangis as he closes down under braking and looks to try and get through there. Zulile Tlaka has got through there on Hack. So Rechard Rutz now has his sights firmly set on the Team Perfect Circle Super Cup car. Brian Martin starting to close down on some of the customers there from Backdraft Racing, and so is Sun Mudley trying to get in amongst them. One of them are going to be Mackie Adlam there in the 7 car. Mackie Adlam coming through there. He currently sits in 4th place overall in Class E, and Sun Mudley looking to possibly look to take, first of all, the hour endurance race, and then also to fight it out with Andrew Colbert, his teammate, for the possible overalls for the 4 hour as well. See green flags waving frantically there now. Team Perfect Circle Polo Super Cup car coming up on the Calyx Polo of Trevor Bland and Cara Hill. And there across the line once again, another lap completed, and we are in green flag situation right now with no issues whatsoever. Tlaka pulling slightly away now from Saul Hack. Here come the leaders. They're starting to make their way through the pack. You can see how they battle with traffic on that restart. Not easy for Michael Stephen. And also not easy, of course, for Stuart White to find his way through there. Michael Stephen was trying to use to his advantage the back markers and traffic and maybe just get ahead of the Scribante car. But the Chevron B26, as I said, very nimble and very capable car. Hopefully going to be a little bit more consistent and looking for a chance now to possibly be the car to beat here for 2nd place. Silvio Scribante at the wheel of the B26 out of Scuderia Scribante and Franco Scribante Racing. Stephen in 3rd, and those top 3, in fact the top 4 with James Forbes included, all into the 125s. So it looks like James Forbes has turned the wick up ever so slightly now that he's lost Franco Di Matteo as a competitor that he was fighting with for a while. Can ease off ever so slightly. There's no easing off though coming out of Silvio Scribante. As you can see, the Lamborghini is now stuck in traffic, and part of the traffic is Harry Arangis. So Stuart White closing on the boss man from Stradale Motorsport, and trying to find a way through there on the Gallardo. The Hurricane and Gallardo fight happens all the way up towards Beacon Corner. And as they come out of that one, the lead battle is about to come across the line yet again. Expect to see some big action now. Sun Moodley is in the way too. All right, so the top three have got through on Harry Arantes. He might probably pulled out of the way. There's Brian Morgan. Brian Morgan starting things out there with Donovan Taylor, his teammate. Here comes the Team Perfect Circle Polo. Cora Hill, then the Right Motorsport Sports 2000. Two more of those backdraft Cobras making their way down towards turn 1 Potter's Pass. And leader action continuing. Silvio under big pressure from Michael Stephen. Michael Stephen trying to just apply a little bit of extra pressure, a little bit more that may just cause a problem or a mistake out of Silvio Scribante. But Scribante is a very difficult man to pass, as you can see. The nimble nature of that little Chevron V26. And it's squirt down the straight. Look at that. How he's able to pull away from the Aston Martin. Aston Martin with lights ablaze. Warning Wade Van Zimmerman that he's coming through there. Michael Stephen telling his fellow Eastern Cape driver, I'm on my way through in this big V12 monster. Record Roots now has got Michael Stephen on his tail. He'll pull just slightly right. And there you go. Pushes through on the right-hand side. Record Roots giving just enough room there for Michael Stephen to get the big V12 Aston Martin Vantage up ahead. Clarker comes on the back end of Brian Morgan. Then you've got the Team Perfect Circle Polo. Then you've got Mackie Adlam. Mackie Adlam being followed by, I think that is Colin Ellison. Yes, Ellison. And he, of course, is a man who had a big incident up at the Port Elizabeth circuit just down the road from, of course, where we are right now in round 2 of this championship. He actually looped the car out end over end coming into Hangar Sweep. Stuart White down into the 1 minute 18s now, his best lap. And of course he's doing the 122s, 123s at this point in time. So it's traffic that is becoming a big factor. Michael Stephen tried to use the traffic to his advantage. Didn't quite work out for him. So we'll have to wait and see. Dave Bland has just joined us as well. Thanks so much. Brendan Kelly, he of course is here. And he's watching us from the sideline. But commenting on all of our action that's happening on the live stream. That's Stuart White from Scribante, Michael Stephen, James Forbes, and McLaughlin, your top 5. Moodley is down a lap. He's about to be lapped again. So, Sun Moodley possibly going to be losing out a couple of laps by the end of this one, looking for a GT4 win and the R Endurance as well. Harry Arantes and Leclerc are fighting for that one. Then it's Saul Hack and Reichardt Roots making up the top 10. James Forbes is looking for consistency and for a turnaround on his luck. Man who's taken numerous race wins in this series in the past. Just hasn't had it go his way this season. So some work to do now for, of course, the man from the Auto Investments Group in his Ligier for 4th place. McLaughlin doing a super job there for 5. He hangs on. Tracy Lee Stephen has just joined us as well. That's Michael Stephen's wife. Thank you so much for joining us, my babes. Doing a super job, sitting in 3rd place at the moment in the V12 Vantage. Hasn't found a way through on Silvio Scribante just yet, but he has had a couple of goes. So nice to see the support being shown by people all around the world and giving us lots of support. Remember, like and share this, pass it on. You can start your own watch party on what we're doing so far as we're coming up to complete the first half an hour of action. Only a couple of minutes to go before we get to that. Classes at this point in time, Stuart White and Michael Stephen, the top 2 in GT3s. Silvio Scribante and James Forbes, the top 2 in Class S. That's how they stand. And a nice start to the day's proceedings there for Mike McLaughlin, who leads GT5 over Tony Martin. GT4 is Sun Moodley. The hour endurance is Harry Arantes at this point. And Saul Hack leads Class B with the battle continuing all the way through. And you can see here's a nice little battle starting to rage. Colin Ellison has found a way through there now on Mackie Adlam. So Adlam has dropped back 1 position, so he's down in 15th place behind Colin Ellison now. And nice to see the amount of effort that was put into Ellison's car, because as I said, at the round in Port Elizabeth only a couple of weekends ago, that car went end over end, and I'm talking front over rear, on a big roll that happened through Hangar. As it dug into the ground, it just flipped the car right over, and Colin Ellison was very lucky to survive that, showing just how well built these backdraft Cobras are. Speaking of backdraft Cobras, Roots from Van Zimmeren, Morgan, Adlam, Ellison, Creel, and Hiram Pretorius are your top 7 in Class E. And they have all completed, or are about to complete, 21 laps of action so far in the Bigfoot Express Freight 700. Zolila Letlaka being caught rapidly now by Rachel Roots. Bit of smoke coming out of Team Perfect Circle Polo. I'm a bit concerned about that one. The Perfect Circle Polo is dropped behind Roots and Van Zimmeren now, so Saul Hack might be feeling the pressure. Try and stay with the top runners. Maybe just needs to ease off slightly and give himself a chance to stay out of harm's way. Continued action there between Colin Ellison and Mackie Adlam. Is that the Dimateo Ligier? I think it is. Dimateo's Ligier back on circuit. I think I just picked up on that car, which is good to see. And you got the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000. He's going to be followed there by Familiaris. Is that Julian at the wheel? I think it is. Yeah, Julian Familiaris at the wheel of that car at the moment. That's a 77 Mopar sponsored car. He'll be looking for a chance now to hand over to his good friend and rival in V8 Supercars and the Bridgestone BMW Car Club Racing Series for a long, long time. And that, of course, is Lorenzo Garteri. So those two cars not only fighting in e-racing in the lockdown period, but now fighting for the first time in anger in a South African Endurance Series race meeting. Right, so Saul Hack continues to make his way to as high up a position as he can. He sits in 9th place, still in single digits. And that is the Dimateo machine going through there just ahead of Mackie Adlam and Colin Ellison. Brian Martin and Tony Martin, I think, in the 52 car there. They're sharing that car this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So 52, Brian Martin and Trevor Graham should be at the wheel, but it looks like that's coming up as Tony Martin at this point in time. So I wonder if Tony and Brian are sharing that car. With Trevor Graham possibly not being here, but being closed down now by Rachel Roots and Wade Van Zimmeren, and just behind that, Saul Hack.
Safety car.
Possibility of another safety car being called. Yes, safety car going out. So the safety car goes out there, and the Haval H2 gets brought into duty once again. So the course car gets sent to the incident, and the pace car will pick up the first of the cars that came across the line. And it looks like it's the Porsche, the Toys R Us Porsche of Moamia and Raj Naidu. All line up now basically in anger, and the anger calms down for a little bit as we get into a safety car scenario once again. So it's Haval's safety car that's on circuit at the moment, and at the same time, a bit of wetness coming out of the sky. The rain has started to fall here. It's only a slight drizzle at this point in time, but open cockpits will certainly start to feel it. You'll see the raindrops on your helmets. The saloon cars and GT3 cars will certainly be looking at it too, and seeing that the rain is starting to come down here. Is this going to be a big factor in the current standings? That's how it stands at this point in time. Stuart White, 26 It'll be 27 laps completed now. 11 seconds back is Scribanti. 14 seconds back from him is Michael Stevens, so it's about 3 seconds. And you can see now the team's working frantically down in pit lane as the rain starts to come down. And under safety car, a possibility of a change in strategy for your pit lanes and your pit stops. So as you can see, these guys are working hard, and I'm just trying to pick up who that might be. The Lonica Martins car. Just see, is it? Yes, it is. It's Lonica Martins' car. The 61 car there with the yellow strips on top of the roll cage. So Ishmael Peck, I think, is at the wheel there. Yeah, that's Ishmael Peck at the wheel at the moment. But Lonica Martins, or is it Lonica? No, it is. It's actually Lonica. Lonica Martins at the wheel of that car. So that was the issue for the safety car and the reason we had to go with it. They'll still be under safety car situation for another lap. '21st to 32nd place, which we haven't seen so far. Harm Pretorius, Quinton Lessing, Sean Gradwell, Billy Erasmus is up into 24th place. Raj Naidu there in 25, ahead of Trevor Bland. Romano Sartori a bit further back now because you remember he had problems there with one of the safety cars earlier on in the day, and that was when Franco Di Matteo had to bring that Ligier back in. So Romano Sartori now at the wheel of the Di Matteo Racing Ligier. Julian Familiaris now at the wheel too of his backdraft Cobra. Kurt Bakewell and his brother Ryan sharing the car that's in 29th place. Sean Hurley, I think, maybe out of this one, but hopefully he can get that Caterham 7 of his sorted. And as we've just seen now, it's Lonica Martins who's being brought back into pit lane behind the Toyota and the Haval safety car and course cars. So that's how it stands now with our third safety car for the day so far. It's been a day of safety cars even before we even got into the Bigfoot Express Freight 700. It was the reason that we started slightly late on our live stream, as we've had a couple of incidents around the circuit that needed the assistance of our safety cars for the day. So as it stands, Stuart White is the man to catch and doing everything right so far as we see what's happening. Carlos Batista's just joined us. Roger Stevens in the house as well. Big welcome to you, Rog. Liz Berglund, hope you're enjoying all the action that we've brought you so far. Thank you so much for all your support. And we certainly hope you're enjoying the action that we've given you here at the East London Grand Prix circuit for round 3 of the South African Endurance Series. The rain has come down as the safety car came out, so it couldn't have asked for a better time. And if you are looking to possibly change up your strategy and you've got those weather apps that'll tell you what's going to be happening for the next sort of 3 hours or so, or just over 3 hours of racing still to happen, now might be the time. The birthday boys joined us as well. Big welcome to you, Terry. And it's a pity you couldn't be here at your home track to be part of this. But happy birthday for the other day. Hope you enjoyed yourself and had a good time despite the lockdown scenarios that we're still in and having to deal with the pandemic. A reminder, of course, down to the guys in pit lane, and apologies to those of you that are watching the live stream, but we also do have to ensure that we stay in contact with the people down in pit lane and remind them to keep their social distance and make sure that they've got all of their masks on all the time. Race action again, it's green flags. And heading back down towards turn 1, Potter's Pass. Everybody now back into the thick of it. Leaders coming through there. Look at Silvio Scribanti trying to use the advantage of the restart. First of all, to get away from Michael Stephen, but secondly, to try and get around Stuart White in the Lamborghini. That Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Absolutely amazing stuff there from that car, and it's absolutely been unstoppable so far this season in the South African Endurance Series, winning both the opening round and the second round in PE. So definitely going to be in for a hard time of it to try and keep out all the action that's happened so far. With that car, it's going to be a very, very tough car to beat today, and let's see whether or not that's going to happen. Looks like there's a possibility of those safety cars being deployed again. I don't know if our cameraman picked up on that, but Roy, I don't know if you can see, did the safety cars go out again? I think they may have. I saw Eric waving them back out again, and I'm not sure if they might have been called again. They have been called out again. So we're back under safety car again. A second incident has happened. As soon as we brought those safety cars in, something must have happened. And it's because of the changeable conditions that we've got here today, with the rain coming down on that first safety, on the third safety car. As we went under race green flags, something else must have happened on track, and it's caused the fourth deployment of our Haval Edenvale and Haval South Africa H2s. So you can see the wind has changed direction. If you did pick up on us earlier on in the day, which has brought the rain in, and now heading down towards turn 1. You can see our COC, Eric Schultz, just getting on the radio to find out what's happening around the circuit. I mean, we literally just had those two Havals brought in to pit lane, and we were back under race conditions again, and then unfortunately an issue as we did the restart. So we're just getting confirmation as to what happened on the circuit. We didn't pick up on where it went wrong, but it certainly did go wrong, and we would have seen those Havals being basically deployed straight back out again, which means there was another issue almost sorted instantaneously. But as always, quick response from our marshals and quick response from our course cars to get those guys back on track. We stay under safety car for now, and they're going into the complex behind that H2 at this point. It's Mike McLaughlin who is behind the safety car, Son Mudley behind him, as they are into the complex and the kart circuit section of the East London Grand Prix circuit. Stuart White from Scribanti, Michael Stephen, James Forbes and Son Mudley, your top 5. Harry Arantes, Saul Hack, Zolila Leclerc, and a nice run there from JP Bredenham, who's moved up into 9th place ahead of Rachad Ritz. So a couple of changes that have happened in the safety car scenarios. Anthony Bruce is also now into the mix. Thank you for joining us, and so is Lizette Berglund. Graham Foss and Grant van Skalkwyk has joined us too. So van Skalkwyk checking up on his ex-teammate there, Zane Pierce. I can give you a heads up, Granty, it hasn't gone too well so far. They had a bit of issues in the qualifying, and I think Zane might have put the car into a bit of a loop that was uncatchable. And it's still on track. You can see it just going through shot there. But definitely a bit of work to be done now for Zane Pierce and his team. So the steam train of South African Endurance Series makes its way out of Potters under the lead of our Haval H2. We're at the East London Grand Prix circuit. If you have just joined us, a big welcome to everybody. It's South African Endurance Series round 3, the Bigfoot Express Freight 700 at the historic circuit here in East London. And look at that array of cars: Backdraft Cobras, Sports 2000s, Ligiers, Lamborghini Hurricane, Lamborghini Gallardo, Porsche 996, Porsche 997, Mini Cooper, BMW 328IS, Ferrari 458, and of course the big Aston Martin Vantage V12, Global Touring Car, Super Cup Polo GTI. That is the array of cars that we started with this weekend, and of course 36 cars came down to East London Grand Prix circuit for this round 3. We started with 31 of them. A couple of guys who had some issues unfortunately earlier on with problems, and we were about to go to the 1 hour mark completed. So with about about 7 minutes to go to the top of the hour, we are going to then be into, of course, the first hour completed here for the 4 hours of racing for today. Just listening in the background, the cars coming out of pit lane. Guys would have taken the opportunity to get into pit lane. Maybe what we can do is ask Daryl to just get our cameraman on top here to turn around and look down pit lane and see if we can see pit lane action that's happening as well. Cars are just circulating at this point behind the 1 hour race. Of course, at this point in time, led out by Son Mudley, Harry Aranges, Makil Patamba and Zolila Tlaka. And there you can see that, I think, is one of the backdraft Cobras that might have had an issue. Rajran Naidu and Niraj Ghazi. That's the top 6 in the 1 hour, and that's about to come to a conclusion because remember, we've got 6 minutes to go before that 1 hour. Zolile Tlaka into pit lane. That's a big concern with less than 6 minutes to go in the hour endurance. But that, of course, might just be him having to settle for not where he wanted to finish up overall. Green flag, and we are back under race action now. And as I said, about 6 minutes to go now, exactly, with the hour to be completed. McLaughlin from Mudley, from Aranjis. It's Stuart White from Scribanti. Then you've got Team Perfect Circle teammates there behind him, Paul Hack. And Michael Stephen just squeezing out Rajit Naidu there in the Toys R Us Porker. Colin Ellison, Tony Martin. I start there as well. Just behind that is Robin Creel and Mackie Adlam. Then you've got Philip Mayer trying to close things down there. Of course, part of the Wright Motorsport team this weekend. Behind that, Zane Pierce and Chris Budnick and Steve Clark. With a bit of work to do now. He had to come into pit lane. I think Steve Clark and Richard Rutz might have been one of the issues that we had on safety car. They've dropped right back into 18th place. They were sitting up in 6th place overall at one point in time. So maybe it was Richard Rutz in the 42 car that had a problem and had to come in for some issues. I know, and I say this carefully, but there are still some teething problems being experienced by the guys who bought the backdraft Cobras. One of them, and one of the biggest problems that they're facing at this point in time, is brakes. And the braking systems have already been ordered and new ones on the way for the next round of this championship, which of course happens at the Desi Raceway down in Port Shepstone at the end of October. Possible change up down towards turn 1. There's a very good possibility of a change up in the lead heading towards turn 1. Let's have a look and see if we can pick that up into turn 2's camera down in towards rifle range. And no, Stuart White just hanging on for now, but man alive, there was a big opportunity there for the Chevron of Scuderia Scribanti. And heading down towards turn 1 now, they're on the beat straight. Let's see if they can pick them up coming into the complex. The Chevron B26 of Scuderia Scribanti's Silvio Scribanti trying to close things down now on the back end of Stuart White. Stuart White now in first place and has been since the start, but Scribanti was definitely looking for a way through. Trying to catch Stuart White napping after that safety car scenario. He's got a decent enough margin and a decent enough gap there between himself and the V12 Vantage of Michael Stephen. But those three have been evenly matched now for the entire hour. They've literally been less than half a second apart since the start of the race. And it's great to see that if that continues for the next 3 hours, I don't know what I'm going to have. I might not have a voice by that stage. They're going to be racing sprint race style for 3 hours because they've done it for an hour. They've literally matched each other evenly for the last hour. It's fantastic to see. McLaughlin trying to make up ground now and get back into the thick of it, but it's James Forbes who's going to try and catch and pass. And we've got about 3 minutes to go now in the hour. And with the hour endurance race still to be sorted out there, it's still Sun Mudley who leads things out over Harry Aranjis. And then we go down to looking at the rest of them are not even in the top 20. It's just Mudley and Aranjis that have got a chance of finishing up as 1 and 2 in the hour endurance race. So the Calyx Vantage V12 from Aston Martin, Paul Hill's car, piloted at the moment by Michael Stephen, trying to stay as close to the front end as possible, but also realizing there's a long way to go. And with 3 hours and almost 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes to go in the hour endurance race, which Sun Mudley currently leads out on, ahead of Aranjis and now Mikel Patamba. I don't know if Mikel Patamba's entered into that hour endurance race. I think that might be a little bit wrong there. I'm not sure. I think he's not involved, but I could be mistaken. I think it's Zodila Leclerc who will be up into third place, and Rajaran Naidu ahead of Sean Hurley. So I don't think Mikel is involved in that hour one. We'll get that one changed up for you guys. It may be on the entry list, but I think they've forfeited what was the Castrol Mini to take the Ferrari into it. And of course, Kish Patamba, his dad, would have entered into the hour endurance race, but he's no longer involved He's given up that car to Mikhail and to Brad Scorer to race the 4 hour in. So a slight change up there in terms of our endurance race with a minute and a half to go. So we definitely need to let our director know. Let's follow that Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche of Sun Mudley for the next lap or so, because it's only about a minute to go, and that'll bring us to the checkered flag there. So Daryl, if you wouldn't mind, stay with that blue Porsche. Coming into the complex for the last time. He'll be given the checkered flag, but there'll be a board out saying it's just for the 1 hour, it's not for the entire race, and everybody in the race knows that there's an independent 1 hour race that happens for the first hour of racing, which the man from Bigfoot Express Freight is about to take the win in. If Sun Mudley can keep it all together, he's going to stay out there and still continue piloting with his teammate Andrew Calvert for an opportunity of an overall in the Bigfoot Express Freight 700 4-hour endurance race as well. But Harry Arunjis will be pulling into pit lane after this checkered flag, and that'll be within the next 25 seconds or so. There's a possibility that checkered flag will come out now as they come to the line. Let's see if we can pick up on that and see if the checkered flag is going to come through. Here we go, across the line. Does the checkered flag come out? I don't know, I can't see it, but hopefully that is the checkered flag. He's got one more lap to go. So Mudley will have to do one more lap. He didn't quite get there on time. If he backed out of it slightly, he might have had to get the checkered flag, but of course he has to cross it once the hour has gone up. So Mudley will have to do one more lap, so will Arunjis, before Harry Arunjis can come and park the incredible build that's been done on the Lamborghini Huracan. Sorry, the Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 car from Stradale Motorsport. Once that hour is up, possibility that we'll see Sun Mudley come in and hand over to Andrew Calvert for a while, his teammate from Bigfoot Express Freight. The two of them have done some battles earlier on in the day in the sprint races at the local sports and GT class here at East London Grand Prix Circuit for the Border Motorsport Club Championship. Saul Hack now up to 7th, JP Bredenham is 8th, Tony Martin is 9th. It's 10th place for Brian Morgan, Colin Ellison is in 11th, 12 is Creel. Behind Robin Creel is Mackie Adlam and Philip Meyer. That's how things look in the top 15 with the hour completed. Here's the checkered flag. Checkered flag is going to be out for the hour endurance race, and it is going to go to the man from Bigfoot Express Freight. He'll be happy with that, putting his money where his mouth is, and also sponsoring the weekend's race meeting. Congratulations, Sun Mudley, taking the win there. Second place should be Harry Arunjis. There he is. He crosses the line ahead of the two Lugiers, and Arunjis will now pull into pit lane and enjoy the rest of the afternoon watching his son and Stuart White go to battle at the front end of the Bigfoot Express Freight 700. That's our first hour completed as well, ladies and gents. Hope you've enjoyed all the action. Thank you so much for joining us from all around the world. And remember, please like and share this coverage. Pass it on to your friends. Start a watch party. Tell everybody about what we're doing here, so we get lots of action for and lots of leveraging for the sponsors involved, for not only the teams, but of course for the event as well. And Sun Mudley will be very happy with the performance so far from this team. Colin Ellison starting to close down there on Brian Morgan as those two cars go through the shot down towards Cocabana corner. And Ellison closes on the brakes there. Remember, it's Brian Morgan and Donovan Taylor that are sitting pretty high up overall. I think they're third or fourth overall in the championship as it stands. So that'll be interesting to see how things turn around there. They, of course, were the fireball that stopped the first race at Swartkops after their car burst into flames when Brian Morgan ran out of brakes at turn 5 and hit the wall. So you can see there's still going to be some action to be sorted out here amongst the Class E competitors. There's Ellison now. Has he been able to find a way through there on Morgan? I don't think he has. I think Brian Morgan's still just ahead of him there in the Hulk. Yeah, there he is. Also out of Wright Motorsport. And it's actually the battle for the lead of Class E as well, those two. With Steve Clark having to get back in the car once Rachard Rutz came into pit lane. As I said, I'm not sure if Rachard came in for a pit stop or had a problem, but Rutz has dropped down to 6th place in Class E. Only a lap down, so I would say it was probably just a pit stop that they came in for under safety car. And that was maybe a time to do it, to try and not lose too much ground. There goes Michael Stephen. Robin Creel behind him. And another safety car. Yes, the reason being, look at that. On the left-hand side of our shot right now is a stricken Porsche. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be... is that Niraj Ghazi? I think that is Niraj Ghazi. Right? Yeah, it's Niraj Ghazi who's parked on the left-hand side there. He's got going again. But I think the safety car will probably stick in behind him. They're going to have to bring that car. He's just finished the hour endurance race, so he literally just finished in time before that issue came through. I think Ghazi would have finished up about 4th or 5th place overall in the hour endurance race. Maybe I can just ask Werner to pull it up there for me from True Race, just to pull up the... these are the unofficial results, of course, for the hour endurance race. But the Porsche that's running alongside that H2 was the problem and the reason for it. And having to be brought back into action, of course, Niraj Ghazi pulled onto the sideline after a bit of a problem. Actually, this morning when we arrived at the circuit, they went out on the warm-up, and coming out of pit lane, Niraj had a bit of an issue, and he actually looped out coming out of pit lane and nearly went into the gate that crosses over the circuit. So he's very lucky to have finished up the race where he did. And as I said, a very good possibility of either a 4th or 5th there for Ghazi. The win definitely going to Bigfoot Express Freight's Son Mudley, and 2nd place, of course, to Harry Aranji's. It was Mikhail Patamba in 3rd and Momia in 4th place. So Ghazi down in 7th. Not quite where I thought he would be. I thought he'd be a little bit higher up. But as I said, I'm not quite sure if that car is still involved in the hour endurance race. We'll double check on that one. Doesn't matter. We'll run with what we're given on the timing monitor there. Eli Vergara, you're asking a very good question. It's not 2 safety cars. There's only 1 safety car. One's the pace car, which is this one that we're seeing in front of us right now, leading Zane Pierce and Mikhail Patamba. The other one is a course car, which of course is the car that will go to the incident and, if necessary, call for medical assistance and get the recovery vehicles in place. So that's the reason why we've got the 2 out there. One is to set the pace and exactly what that H2 is doing at the front end of this pace. The other one is to get to the issue. So it's a course car, not a safety car. The safety car and the pace car at this point in time leading the pack and continuing with the race action that we're seeing here in front of us. As you can see, weather has, well, the rain has stopped fortunately, but the weather has definitely cooled with that rain coming in, and the cold front continues to come through from the sort of southern side of the circuit. So we'll be concerned about that one. As you can see, a couple of guys and cars diving in. Notably, the Calex Aston Martin Vantage V12 of Michael Stephen, who's come in now for a driver change and a refuel. You can see that car just behind the Haval as it comes through there. Brian Morgan also coming in for a similar one and handing over to Donovan Taylor just in the background. That's the Hulk-coloured lime green striped backdraft Cobra. Here he comes. And that's Donnie Taylor now at the wheel of that machine. So that's a bit of a change up there for them. Robin Creel has come in to hand over to Steon Creel. That's the car in shot right now and makes its way onto the circuit. You can see definitely Steon Creel because Kusi Bayers was on the sideline, and Mikhail Patamba now tucked in behind the pace car. That's Team Pesty Racing's Byron Pretorius and Edwin Bester's Cobra that has just gone through shot. Tony Martin comes in as the Aston Martin makes its way back out on track. The brake dust coming off that car as he came to a stop. Tony Martin will probably be handing over to Brian Martin, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think Trevor Graham is here this weekend. That's why I think Tony stepped into that car with his brother and sharing the drive in the second of the Lexus-powered GT4 spec cars from Backdraft Racing. So the other Backdraft cars, of course, don't have the big wing on the back, and they also don't have the twin-turbo Lexus engines that are in those cars. So it'll be Tony Martin, who should be handing over to Brian. I'm just waiting for that red overall of Brian's to come through if he's in the normal scenario that he would be racing in. In the background, you can also see the white Cobra there of Zane Pierce, who's come in for an unscheduled stop, but possibly because of the safety car, trying to use it to his advantage to get the safety car scenario and, of course, not lose too much ground with the pit lane activity that has to happen. It is a slightly different way of doing things, Eli. Yeah, we do agree, but as you can see, it is actually for safety, even though you might think it's a bit risky. The reason being is that, remember that we are on slightly lesser staff than what we'd normally have at a race meeting in terms of marshals and medical, and well, not medics, but marshals. So in order to have instantaneous response to an incident, the course car can get there a lot quicker. And then we'll sort of call for the ambulance. We have an ambulance stationed at the start-finish line. We have an ambulance stationed at our second camera position in the complex. So we cover the circuit for the medical side of things pretty rapidly as well. But it's just because of the COVID scenario and not having a full squad of people out there, we use the course car for a bit more of a more rapid response. So that's the reason for it. And of course it seems to be working quite well. There's been a lot of safety cars, so you can see the reason for it, and the opportunity gives us a chance to go to racing again as we get a green flag as I'm talking about those cars. Those cars are still in the pit lane. Makil Patamba in the Ferrari makes his way down once again into the battlefield, and that's of course the 360 Ferrari of would have been piloted by his dad, Kish Patamba, but he's decided to step out and give both Makil and Brad Scorer a chance to go at it for the 4-hour endurance race. Down towards Copacabana, look at the traffic that Stuart White's having to deal with there. Silvio Scribanti is literally right under that exhaust pipe of the Lamborghini, and that Hurricane is feeling the pressure big time here in some tricky conditions. Cool conditions, track conditions have definitely cooled down rapidly. And now look at this pack coming into the complex. Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche leads out the pack, fighting for the lead. And Stewie just being patient. And I think Silvio probably getting a bit frustrated, saying, listen, come on, let's get through here. Let's get out of the way. I don't want my car to be overheating. You can't be in traffic for too long. You can't sit behind slower cars for too long either. They're onto the back end of James Forbes and about to lap him. So James Forbes is about to be the final car that's not in the top 5 who has not been lapped, and Forbes about to be caught and passed now by the 2 leaders, Stuart White, Silvio Scribanti, and not too far behind that, it's now Paul Hill at the wheel of the Calyx V12 Aston Martin. Across the line, stand by for the leaders, there they go, heading in towards Potter's Pass, and diving through on a couple of the slower cars. Good driving from those slower cars to remain and hold their line to allow the quicker cars to come through now. Oh, that was quite nicely done. You can see the backdraft Cobra, they're just putting the indicator on and telling the 2 leaders to go on the right-hand side. He's going to give them room to play. He does just that. If I'm not mistaken, I think that might be Steve Clark. Yes, it is. It's Steve Clark that has given the room there to the 2 leaders to get through onto the beach straight. I can look out my commentary window and see the beach straight now, and you can just see those lights ablaze on the 2 lead cars, but no change as they come into gate corner behind Makil Patamba in the 360 Challenge Ferrari. So it's Stradale Motorsport out front, ahead of Scuderia Scrivanti in second, ahead of another Stradale Motorsport prepped car, the Calyx Aston Martin of Paul Hill, and then Auto Investments Ligier of James Forbes. Sun Woodley still maintains a top 5 in the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche, and there you can see him just going out of shot there, ahead of JP Bredenham and Philip Mayer. Donnie Taylor into 9th, Makil Patamba in the Ferrari is to 10th, and I think we've just, Saul Hack still in the top 6 there for Team Perfect Circle. A little bit of issues here, the 18 car not giving some room there. Brandon Dean, I think, at the wheel there. Yeah, Brandon Dean just not giving any chance for the Aston Martin. Class leaders at this point for all the classes, there they are. Stuart White leads out overall, and of course Silvio Scrivanti in second overall. Sun Woodley in 5th at this point in time, but first in his class. Saul Hack 6th and first in his class. JP Bredenham 7th and first in his class. Philip Mayer leads out class V, and it's Peter Jenkins at this point in time who leads out the backdraft Cobra class. Oh, Cara Hill with a bit of an issue. Cara Hill having a little bit of issue there as she comes into into the complex, but being caught by the two leaders now. And she comes up towards Beacon Corner. The Lamborghini and the Chevron will probably get past her relatively unscathed. Watch for those two across the line, though. There's a possibility of lead change here. Is it time to bring in the Lamborghini? Is it time to bring in the Chevron? Are we looking at pit lane strategies and pit stop strategies that might just play into the favor of the two leaders? Yes, we are. There you go. Exactly what I thought. The Lamborghini is into pit lane, and Silvio Scribanti now takes over the lead of this race. So for the first time in 3 races, Scribanti leads. As we can get the Lamborghini in and out. What has gone wrong there? That's certainly not a scheduled stop. Something is wrong on that car, and Stuart White came in just to double check. He went literally straight back out, but he's lost the lead, and he's lost probably 3 or 4 corners to the Chevron. So he heads down towards Cochabana now, and in towards Cochabana Corner. Behind him is Saul Hack, and then you can see it's Stian Kriel. But if we can pick up on that Lamborghini into the complex, that was the car that had some problems. And with that car coming into pit lane so rapidly, I don't know what the problem was there, but maybe we can get confirmation here. I've got the COC who's just going to give me a little bit of information, so stand by. I'll try and bring you as much as we can.
We haven't got a story. It's been waiting so long, so
Right, so confirmation being given to me there by the COC, Eric Schultz. Thank you for that one, buddy. The reason for the Lamborghini coming into pit lane was as a transgression under safety car. So you got a drive-through penalty. And they decided to take it then, which has given Scribanti the lead, and about a 16-second lead at that over Stuart White. He will be fuming inside that car. If anybody can try and put in hot laps after hot laps, Stuart White is certainly the man to watch out for, as quicker cars and slower cars meet each other on the pit exit yet again. So the Lamborghini from Stradale Motorsport having to take a drive-through penalty for an apparent transgression under the safety car scenario. So that is the reason we've got a new leader. And there you can see the Lamborghini now heading down towards Cochabana Corner, not closing on the Chevron. The Chevron's probably already in the complex. So we're looking for that B26 Chevron of Silvio Scribanti, who's got almost 16 or so seconds, probably maybe a little bit more now, over the Lamborghini. And that's the car we're talking about right now, just behind James Forbes and Mike McLaughlin of Stuart White. Had to come in for the drive-through penalty that was put onto him. McLaughlin moves out of the way, gives him some room, gets through relatively unscathed there on the big backdraft Cobra. And now looks to do the same thing on the Ligier. That's something that I would not have seen happening so early on. Wow. So Stuart White making an uncharacteristic mistake behind the safety car. And with that safety car being deployed, you may not overtake. So possibilities that he did overtake under safety car scenario and then didn't give the position back, which is possibly why he was penalized and given the drive-through penalty. So another lap completed and some more action continuing here in the Bigfoot Express Freight 700. It's round 3 of the South African Endurance Series, and we have got 2 hours and 42 minutes of racing still to happen. Hour and a quarter completed.
okay, so you can, but when you say
Fun happening out on track at the moment. It's exactly what we expected here in round 3. Once again, just to mention, if you are a Cape Town supporter, the Waterhouse Angel team never made it down here to East London Grand Prix Circuit for round 3.
you said, do you want
So
me to
certainly going to have to try and make up some ground at the next round at Desi's Raceway or in Cape Town when we finish up the season there. But both Dane Angel and Marcel Angel will be losing vital points here in this championship, having finished second in Port Elizabeth. Like that was lights ablaze there from Steve Clark, just warning Ishmael Peck he's coming through. Here comes the leader. And the leader heading down towards turn 1 and turn 2 now towards Cochabana. We'll be picking up in the complex as we can. Aston Martin goes through the complex. So that's the lead that Paul Hill has lost. He was literally in half a second of the leader, standing by for some lights into the complex. Any second now, there it comes, the Chevron B26 of Silvio Scribanti. Currently lapping in 1 minute 19. His lap time for qualifying was a 1:16, so he's up the wick slightly, trying to get away now from Stuart White after Stuart White had to take that drive-through penalty. Stewie's going to have to do some work here, try and close that gap down if he can. Not a lot of ground, but any opportunity or any chink in the armor will definitely be capitalized on by your competitors. And that's exactly what Silvio is trying to do right now. Scribanti at the moment 19.2s, Stuart White doing 20s. But there's traffic all the time, so to try and get in the 16s they were doing in qualifying is not going to be able to be done, and of course also with the track temperature dropping dramatically, arguably not enough heat in the rubber as well to allow them to do the same kind of lap times they were doing in qualifying. It's Chevron from Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Ligier, Porsche, Volkswagen, Super Cup car, and 3 backdraft Cobras in amongst the Ferrari 360 Challenge car, making up the top 10. That is the very manufacturer entry we've got here in the top 10 for round 3. Chris Budnick in the Mini Cooper, so looking to turn his luck around. He had a bit of an incident with the Angel Ferrari at the last event, if you remember, up at Dunlop Corner at the Aldo Scribanti circuit in Port Elizabeth. I think that might be Rion Botmer at the helm of that car right now. It says James Forbes, it's his teammate, but that silver helmet tells me it might be Rion Botmer now piloting the Auto Investments Ligier. Son Mudley just behind that is Ishmael Peck, and then Steve Clark, followed by, oh look at this, he has a little battle on. Nice to see that one. Michael Stephen giving a bit of a tow to Saul Hack, who is breaking down into Cochabana Corner with a bit of black smoke coming out of that Super Cup car. I don't know if that's a problem to be watching out for later on. And Fast Freddy from Fast Developments, be aware that there's some big black smoke coming out of that Polo Super Cup GTI of Saul Hack under braking down into Cochabana Corner. Michael Stephen just doing a super job earlier on and handed it over to Paul Hill. Paul Hill now just circulating. Not on the same kind of pace as what Michael Stephen was able to get out of, but of course still circulating in 3rd place. So fights happening all the way through here and continued action through the pack too, which is great to see. So action continuing here as we get back to our Facebook feed. Massive support all the way around the world for us as well, and a big thanks to everybody for joining us too. We do appreciate the support that is happening here, and of course all the action that's happened so far has been pretty spectacular, I've got to tell you. Silvio Scribanti has taken the lead. He took it a while ago. Try and ensure he stays at the front end now. It's not going to be an easy thing to do. Stuart White will be closing him down and trying to close that gap down as quickly as possible as the leader crosses the line and completes another lap. We're getting to almost an hour and a half completed in this 3rd round of the championship. Saul Hack coming alongside and through on one of the Class C, Sean Valiants, I think it was. That's the BMW that's just gone across the line, a local man. Part and parcel of a team that does some of the regional classes here. It's, I think he competes in the saloon car category here in that BMW. So it's now Wright Motorsports Sports 2000 and Trevor Bland Racing's Polo that goes side by side, along with the two Cobras behind that. I think Brad Scorer might be at the wheel of that car just now, but we'll stand to be corrected. No, in fact, looking at the helmet that was in that cockpit as it went through the shot, it's still Mikel Patamba that is at the wheel of the Ferrari. That Ferrari should be able to do a full 2 hours on one tank, so there's a possibility that they're going to go for a one-stop strategy here in the Ferrari. And if Mikel goes and does consistent lap times, he will certainly be able to ensure that's what's happening. And if they can pull that off, good chance of an overall victory for their class there, for that car there, the Ferrari of Mikel Patamba, who's at the wheel. There you can see from the shot from our cameraman. That silver Schubert helmet doing its job well. Fun and games to be had still. Stuart White now starting to close things down and putting in some relatively quick lap times to see if he can close the gap down. Remember, classes at this point in time, he leads out over Paul Hill for GT3s. And the two GT3 cars still fighting for honours there. It's only 56 seconds there between himself and Paul Hill and Michael Stephen, who will be back in that car shortly. So that's the car we're going to be keeping an eye on and whether it can close down on the Scuderia Scribanti Chevron B26 of Silvio Scribanti, who's piloting that car right now. And you've got the two backdraft Cobras, make it three backdraft Cobras just ahead of Stuart White, who comes into pit lane, and another safety car. So safety car being deployed yet again. I'm just trying to see out my window. I think that might be down the beach straight. There's a car on the right-hand side of the beach straight there, which could possibly be the reason for that. I don't know if... maybe if we can ask camera one here, Daryl. He can possibly just pan right and see if he can pick up on the beach straight and see if we can see that car. If he just pans right, he might be able to pick up on it. And if we can see that, we may just be able to pick up what kind of car is involved. So there you go, as they go into the safety car again, heading down towards Cochabamba. There you go, that's exactly right. Thanks, Daryl. It's the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000. So it's that Wright Motorsport Sports 2000. I think it was still Philip Meyer at the wheel, and it looks like that's had a bit of a problem. We saw in the qualifying it had a bit of an issue with brakes as well. It had a braking problem into turn 8 here, Beacon Corner, and actually the wheel caught the light. I wonder if there's been some more braking issues, and now maybe with a bit of a problem. I know that Sports 2000 is basically bomb-proof, so whether or not the Wright Motorsport team can get it sorted, we'll wait and see. There's still a long way to go in this race, and it looks like we're going to go down into pit lane, because Gary van der Spey has picked up some action down in pit lane. Gary?
Who's just climbed out the car, and it looks like I'm never saying it might be getting in, but they're doing a fuel stop at the moment, so the driver can't get into the car until such time as the fuel is actually in the car. I'm not sure whether they're going to do a tyre change. There's some spare tyres lying in the back. I'm going to take a walk around this side, see if I can see it. So the possibility is no, they might not do a tyre change. So there's going to be a fuel stop and a driver change. So bear with us. Greg, if you can see this and you can hear me, this is your team that's busy doing it, and as soon as we get these guys out of here, Andre Besaidant will get into the car, and the guys are back out there. So back to you in the control tower.
So as you come back after some pit lane activity there with Gary van der Spruit, didn't look like we picked up any of the sound there, unfortunately, but we'll try and sort that out as quickly as we can. Look at the index of performance at this point in time. Sean Valiant is the man who is leading that at this point in time. And behind that, of course, Chris Budnick now just going one step ahead. Every time somebody goes across the line, the way index of performance works is basically of the race and how close you are to back to see what as there he is right now. Great time to pick up on that.
Sounded good.
Leads things out in terms of increased performance ahead of Sean Balance, and then Paul Hack on the same place. Third place overall, Donovan Taylor and Brian Morgan in fourth. Matamba in the Ferrari is 9, so not bad. Usually by the end of the race, you need to be in the 90s or sort of high 80s to have a chance of winning index of performance. So we'll keep an eye on that one throughout the race. But at this point in time, it's the bucket list racing Mini Cooper S John Cooper Works of Chris Budnick that is sitting there right now.
Now don't do what they did. Look at taking the yellow because you'll go backwards again.
Yeah, yes I do.
So we're still under safety car now. We're going to head down into pit lane and pick up on some action down there and some activity with James on the stage. James, what's happening down there, buddy? So it looks like Gary's microphone unfortunately not picking up down there, but you can see, I think what he's trying to tell us is that there's some changes happening there. James Forbes handing over. Rion Votmo should be climbing into that car if that's gone according to the schedule. The Auto Investments Group Ligier into pit lane, and some work being done there. You can see James Forbes, I think, is at the wheel. I'm just looking to see the helmet color there. Camera just behind the car at this point in time, but there's a lot of action down in pit lane as well that he's got to be aware of. So non-stop action all the way through this one, as always, in the South African Endurance Series. We are coming to close to the sort of 2-hour mark, not too far away that is, and still under safety car here. Haval H2 having to be deployed once again due to an incident there with the Wright Motorsports Sports 2000. Chris Budnick now climbing out the car and handing over to Pretorius. So his teammate will be climbing into that car right now. So chopping and changing between these two youngsters. No one allowed in the car while they refuel it too. So just for a safety point of view, they refuel the Bucket List Racing Mini Cooper S John Cooper Works. And that car currently top of the list in terms of index of performance as well. I just saw, as we changed shot, the Sports 2000 Wright Motorsport going back on the track. Look in the background, the car weaving back and forth down that beach straight, of course, is the lead car, and he's down there third last on the standings. Stuart White may have just overtaken him. Those are the best laps at this point in time. Best laps so far, Stuart White 17 dead. And 18 dead from Silvio Scribbanti, but Scribbanti still leads things out at this point in time. So it's up to Stuart White to try and make up ground. Now, the problem that Stuart White's having with the safety car is he's stuck now behind the safety car. There's a change up, as we see now. That's Mackie Adlam handing over to Rudy. So his teammate will be taking over from that one. Rudy Barnard now at the helm of number 7, Backdrop Cobra. Down slightly back in racing by the acceleration and slightly higher revs coming across the line. Green flags being waved down into rifle range. So full race action once again here, and green flag yet again. Paul Hill behind Michael Butler, that's the car that is going to Ontario Satoria to say. Looks like we're going to change that jet between Sunway and Woodley still out there. I think Sun Woodley will also be looking to probably do what they did in PE and stick to a one-stop strategy and let that Porsche run for the full 2 hours, the first 2 hours of racing, and then hand over to Andrew Colbert to finish up the race. The lights ablaze of the Porsche with the green wing of Sun Woodley. Coming through the pack of Cobras is Stuart White. The problem that Stuart White's going to have is when they go into the complex, how far back is Scribante? Because Scribante could possibly take a lap away here from him. Yeah, look at that. He's not that far away. Stuart White will be exiting the complex as Scribante enters it. So he's literally got almost an entire lap that Scribante's been able to pull over Stuart White in the Lamborghini. Silvio doing an incredible job, just putting in lap after lap. No worries whatsoever so far there for the Scuderia Scribante team and that Chevron V26 of theirs. Third place down the mid straight. That's the Vantage G12 ahead of an incredible Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Then it's the Ligier of Romano Sartori, Porsche 997, Backdrop Cobra, twin turbo Lexus powered machine. Then it's a standard Backdrop Cobra coming through rapidly there, the V26 Chevron of Silvio Scribante.
Follow them through.
Scribante pushing hard to try and get through on these Cobras before he got into the complex, just to give himself a little bit more of a margin. Try and close down on second and first place overall. Really tight stuff between them. There's nothing in it at all. That is what we've seen almost all race long. Michael Stevens steps out, handed over to Paul Hill. He dropped back slightly, but he's still in third place. And wow! Great camera action there, guys. In the background of the shot, not only do we have action on track, but we've got some whales in the bay. And it literally got a shot of the whale breaching in the background. I don't care what's happening on circuit right now. We'll have a look and see if we can get that whale to give us a bit more aerial material. So that was a nice little shot we had coming out of the complex there. We've got a whale in the bay, giving us some breaching and aerial material out of the water. But action continues here, on track. Clark diving here on the inside of Barnard. And it's the Colin Ellison car. White stripe, blue Backdrop Cobra. Tony and Ryan Watt in the red one. That's around 4. Around 4. I think it's similar helmets today. The Ligier. Backdrop Cobras 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. GT4 spec car and lights ablaze there from the Ligier warning Martin that he's coming through.
Let's go back there, yeah, thank you. Coming to you.
Ferrari followed by Backdrop Cobra, Backdrop Cobra, Polo, Backdrop Cobra. There's 13 of these Backdrop Cobras now involved in the South African Endurance Series, and hats off to Tony Martin and his team. Congratulations they've done on this car. Customers that have bought them, they're enjoying them, including third and fourth place in the championship. Donovan Taylor and Brian Morgan.
1-1, follow the code, follow the sword.
And as our leader, Silvio Scribante, taking the laps off, trying to get as many laps as he can. Hasn't quite put past Stuart White, so White goes back into, well, when Scribante goes into the lane, White might still be able to get the lead back again. We'll have to wait and see how quickly in front or behind the wheel to maintain the lead. Looking at that right now, quite sure that is Silvio or Franco at the wheel. I'm not 100% sure. They've got very similar helmets, but the driving position looks like it may be Franco.
Don't follow anybody, just one.
Down into right around. That is going to be Ryan Bakewell. By the BMW. There comes the battle for Class B, and another lap being taken there by Saul Hack. They did come in for a pit stop. I don't think they did a driver change. Hack continuing to circulate out there for Team Berry Global Touring Car GTC Super Cup car.
So we get the cars coming through.
Here comes second place, Stuart White, now Bundy. Stuart White trying to get ground again, get away from the traffic. He's been hindered by traffic. Not easy, there's so much cars on track, and also that they're in their own little fights on the circuit as well. White just being patient, the BMW moves over and finds a way through. Now by Brad Storer. In the Ferrari. Johnny Taylor. Down as well. That's how things stand as we get onto that back straightaway again. Look at that. It's backdraft Cobras and the Ferrari in the meat in the sandwich there between them. Hill very consistent little car there, that little Polo that's in the mix there. Trevor Bland doing the preparation on that car. Great to have the young lady involved. We've got Cara Hill in the Polo, we've got Monica Martins in the backdraft Cobra, we've got Claire Val in the backdraft Cobra. And I think we've also got Actually, at this point, it's literally anywhere around the circuit you're picking up on the action that's happening. But there is some big action expected soon, because I think we're about to get into that official pit stop window. So with the official pit stop window coming after about 18 minutes time, that's where the strategy is going to start to come into play. How many guys have gone for what is going to be a possibility of a one-stop strategy for the rest of the show. On Martin in the backdraft Cobra, late on the brakes for Ferrari, and gets the job done. Late on the brakes for Stuart White. Watch that coming into Kokobana at the top of your screen. Squeezing himself between the two backdraft Cobras and eventually just putting the squirt on to get away. Now focus on the back end and look in the background. That's definitely what we need to be watching out for there, Daryl. The leader closing in on the back of the Lamborghini. So we've got Stuart White being caught now by Silvio Scavanti. I don't think that's Silvio though, that's Franco. That's Franco. Definitely a helmet change there. Franco Scavanti now closing in. So that's probably why we've seen a slightly different way of driving and a little bit more aggressive driving in the Chevron B26 than what we saw from the smooth style of Silvio earlier on. So Franco Scavanti at the wheel now of the Chevron B26. And he's about to catch and possibly pass. Yes, he's going to get to catch and possibly pass the Lamborghini Hurricane 3 of Stuart White. The top two about to come up with some more traffic around Potter's Pass. Whoa, that was close. Oh, Franco went on the inside and found a big cobra in the way there. Had to back out of that one. But hasn't lost too much ground to the Lamborghini as they go down to braking for Cocobana. Now, watch the different turn of pace here. We've got a cobra off in the background. So that's why he had to back out as well. No overtaking under yellow flags. That's the rules of racing. And now he will put the hammer down and get in. Will he get past on Stuart White? He will. Into gate corner. We've got a lap down now on the Lamborghini. That is a massive turnaround. So Scribante now leads out by over a lap on Stuart White in the Lamborghini. And that drive-through penalty has been exceptionally costly. They come through now on the sky blue machine there. And that is Rudy Barnard at the wheel of that backdraft Cobra. I think our friends in the bay have gone, unfortunately, in the background. As you see all the Cobras go through, we had some wells just in the background that shot a little bit earlier on. But fantastic action on track now as we're seeing dramatic changes at the front end. Scribante now leading by 2 laps over Stuart White. Wow. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Beyond it here saying to us that he needs to double check on the sound. Apparently there's a bit of issue with the sound going out. I hope it's a bit better now. I don't have any feedback in my ears beyond, but thank you for that. I appreciate it. Franco Scribante just finding a way through and getting to the front end of the race and then putting a lap into his compatriots and his rivals from Stradale Motorsport. 19 twos out of Scribante, 21s coming out of Stuart White. So that is the difference. It's almost 2 seconds a lap there that Scribante's been able to pull, and he's already pulled away from Stuart White. So a little bit of, sure, not quite what I expected, but great to see the action that's happening here and unfolding in front of us with approximately 2 hours to go. Very, very, very interesting indeed. Information coming through on my phone as well. Looks like Lonica just sending me some corrections to the commentary there. Apologies for that, Lonica. It's Ishmael Peck at the wheel of their car at this point in time. Stuart White, second place, down by a lap though on Franco Scribante. I don't have view of the pit lane, so I can't confirm whether it is or Silvio, but from the helmet that I see in the car and from the driving position, it looks like it's Franco. If we can get a close-up there, Daryl, of that lead car, see if we can pick up on the helmet and see if it's SS or FS on the side now. Similar colours to the two cousins. But we'll wait and see and get confirmation. It's saying Silvio is still at the wheel of the car. But from the aggressive driving, I would say it's Franco, but I just want to double check on that one and see if we can maybe pick up on it. I didn't see them come in for a pit stop, so that's why I'm just questioning my thought pattern here. And of course, sitting up, just looking at what you're seeing on the screen in front of you is what I'm seeing. I can't confirm it. We are going to try and get some pit lane activity, of course, with Gary van der Spey a bit later on in the race. So Scribante heads down towards Cocobana, pulling away now from Stuart White. And obtaining a 2-lap advantage over White in the Lamborghini. Onto the beach straight. He's going to overtake Mike McLaughlin. He's also going to be overtaking Rian Botma. There we go. Let's see if we can see that now. No, that's definitely Franco. That's definitely Franco at the wheel right now. So it's not Silvio Scribante, it's Franco at the wheel right now. I didn't see them come in for the pit lane, but I've got Gary van der Spey over my shoulder. When did that car come in for a pit stop to change drivers? I didn't see the change up of the drivers to give Scribante a chance to change up. But they must have done it somewhere because it's definitely Franco at the wheel now, not Silvio. So confirmation there. We'll try and get that. Gary can WhatsApp it to me later on. 18.9s coming out of that car in the front now. It's the helmet design I picked up on there between the two cousins. And Franco now just pushing that car to its limit. Nice move on the inside there from Saul Hack as well. And I assume that's Saul Hack at the wheel of Team Perfect Circle. It is Silvio in the car. Okay, so it is definitely Silvio in the car. Just looking at the helmet design, though, it didn't look like Silvio. So that's why I was just questioning it. Blue flags waving frantically now to allow, and a little bit of rain once again coming down. So this will be another change up. Are we going to possibly see a bit of a strategy come into play now from the Scribanti team? They lead by a lap. Is that enough time for them to get in and do the driver change that they need to do with rainy conditions starting to come down? And it's a lot heavier rain than what we had earlier on. White in second, but a lap or 2 laps down with almost 10 minutes to go to bring us to the halfway stage. Paul Hill still piloting the Aston Martin for third, but a long way back for him. 21st place, Brandon Dean Wilson now at the wheel of the Wright Motorsport machine. Behind them, of course, it's Rudy Barnard, Ryan Bakewell, Cara Hill, Aranji's got Terry, Mo Mia's out, Zalila Leclerc's out, Ishmael Peck's still got to do some work to try and close things down now. And of course, at the wheel of his backdraft Cobra, prepped by Stradale Motorsport. And there's the leader onto the beat straight, heading towards the complex again. Finding a way through there on Rion Botma. Saul Hack. Stuart White, windscreen wipers going. Trying to give him some clear vision into the complex. Patamba and... In fact, that was actually Sartori, I beg your pardon. So the White... There you go, confirmation of how the rain is coming down here. It's not heavy enough to go to wet weather tires or even intermediates if you've got them. Oh, big lock up there from Steve Clark as he came down into Cochabana to try and get through on Budnick. He had a big look on Budnick and had to squeeze his way through. Here comes Paul Hill getting through on the Mini relatively unscathed, and no worries at all there for him to get past on the Bucket List Racing Mini Cooper S, John Cooper Works. And at the back end there, of course, is a Valence in the BMW. Local man here races in the local saloon car classes. Martin being followed now by Rudy Barnard. And here comes the leader once again back into what is rifle range corner, watching these cars come through there. Change of surface flag being shown on the right-hand side. A red and yellow striped flag just to warn people and warn drivers that there is a possibility of change of surface with the rain coming down. As long as the cars can keep the heat in the rubber, they won't necessarily have to change their tires to wet weather tires just yet. The rain's not heavy enough for that. But they'll definitely be looking at it. No worries, Vian. Thank you for your support. Thanks for the comments that are coming through as well, ladies and gents. Bernali, thank you so much. It is Silvio. We did get confirmation on that. I was just looking at the helmet and the driving style. Earlier on in the day, though, Bernali, he was a little bit lower in the car. So that was why I was questioning it. It's a slightly different driving style he's put in now. But yeah, we did get confirmation it is Silvio at the wheel of that car still, and still circulating at the front end of the field with 7 minutes to go to the halfway stage. Luke Selby, don't know, brother. That's a whole nother ball game. I'd love to be out there, but then I don't know who'd be doing what I'm doing. So we'll wait and see. Maybe sometime soon. But thank you for your support. We do appreciate it. So it's Scribanti with a very decent margin now over Stuart White, and he's definitely the man to watch out for in this part of the race. across the line. The cars as the rest of the pack head onto the beach straight. Windscreen wipers still going there for Saul Hack. Trying to, in fact, it's on a Mercedes note at the wheel of that car. See, the problem that we got here, unfortunately, Bernally, and just to confirm on what I'm dealing with here, we did have race monitor go down, and when the race monitor went down, we weren't able to pick up on the driver changes that happened. So the confirmation of those driver changes wasn't sort of brought to the fore as it would normally be. And so as we refer to the cars, there are some cars with 2 drivers, there are some cars with 3 drivers, and if they're in the closed cockpits, we can't see. If they're in the open cockpits, it makes it a bit easier to see the helmet design of those drivers. And as I said, if you look at Silvio and at Franco's helmet designs, they are almost identical, bar the fact that it might be a slightly darker orange or a lighter orange, and of course FS on the side or SS on the side of those helmets. So apologies there for getting that one wrong, but of course getting it right now with Scribanti still lapping in 18.6s at this point in time. Ryan Bakewell going into the complex. So here we go, first official pit stop here for Scuderia Scribanti, and there you can see it is a slightly different helmet that of course Silvio's got to Franco, and in fact I should have actually picked up on that one earlier on, with Franco having the slightly darker jaw piece there on his helmet. But with the rain coming down, the refueling happens relatively quickly, and you can see a little chat there between Silvio and Franco just to explain conditions and possibilities of changes of surface that are happening on circuit. So let's see if they can get that one all sorted out. The car rolling forward on its own. I think they might have a kit in that car. Might have to have a quick chat on the watch there. This is definitely not what they wanted to do. I'm not quite sure what's going on in the car here, but they're having to adjust it and pull it back into pit lane. Possibly going to go to change of tyres as well, or they're going to look to get those slick tyres off and maybe put some intermediates on. Let's wait and see. Aranji's and White's car is going into the complex, and they still haven't got the driver into the car yet for Scribanti, so they may take the lap back. Remember, they've got to still take a lap back and still go one more lap to get that lap back to take the lead. So they can't quite, oh, they're on the same lap now. Yeah, so they're on the same lap now. In fact, they are on the same lap. They're changing to wet weather tyres. That was a last minute call there from the team boss. So that's one of the reasons that they are looking. And here comes White into Beacon. So the lead is going to change while this car is in pit lane. New leader, Stuart White, crosses the line and retakes the lead of this race. So he didn't quite worry about what was happening on track. The Lamborghini did lose a lap, but now regains that lap and possibly could take one back, because Scuderia Scribanti were unfortunately not prepared for a late call to go to wet weather tyres. Is that quite necessary? I'm not sure. We'll wait and see. But they seem to think it's a little bit more slipperier than what we can see here in our studio. And that might be a good call. It might be a gamble. White now leads out and retakes what he had as his advantage in this race. Franco's in the car. They've got the other side of the car jacked up. They're going to do the changes there. Have they stuck with the slick tyres? I think they have. I think they've just changed the slick tyres and stuck with the slick tyres. They haven't gone with the wet weathers on the front there. Little indecision there, unfortunately, from the team, and it's cost them a little bit of time in pit lane. Franco will be sort of a bit concerned about how long they've stayed in that pit lane for. And looks like Are they going to lose a lap here? There's a possibility they may. They've got to get that car out before Stuart White comes around one more time to overtake them while they're stuck in pit lane. So interesting to see how the 13 car was headed down into Cochabana corner. And the 16 car still stuck in the pit box. Silvio having to do a little adjustments and some duct tape adjustments to the car as well. Maybe looking to just close up some air vents to not let the rain affect the car's handling and its ability. You know what they say about duct tape and zip ties in motorsport. If you can't fix it with duct tape and zip ties, you are not using enough duct tape and zip ties. And then, of course, get that 5-pound hammer out. That always helps too. I don't want to be doing that to that car, though. Here we go. So as these cars continue to circulate in the mid-pack and in the top 10, some of the cars competing in the top 10 there. Besaidnote circulating in the 132s now behind Donovan Taylor for 5th and 6th. And are we going to see the Chevron back on track? Yes, we are. And I think it may be just in enough time to not lose second place and not lose the lap. So Franco is on board and back on track. Let's see where Stuart White is at this point in time. Maybe we can pick him up on the track map. But Franco Scribanti is back on circuit. And he is just behind. So has he lost the lap? I think he may have. With the 2-hour mark on the dot being hit. Stuart White now leads out by 2 laps over his competitor in second. In fact, Paul Hill has squeezed through on Franco Scribanti as well. So Scribanti drops down to 3rd place, having to make that little bit of indecision in the pits there as to whether they were going to go to slicks or to wet weather tyres. So White now leads out ahead of Scribanti. Scribanti will have to do all the work. But remember, Stuart White hasn't done his pit stop yet. So they won't have to worry too much, because they're still going to have to bring the Lamborghini in for its pit stop. He hasn't done an official pit stop yet to hand over to Charles Arangis. So there may be a reverse of that lead in the next couple of minutes, because I think both those teams are looking to go for a one-stop strategy and try and get that strategy done. Here comes the Lamborghini down towards Cochabana. The Aston Martin just ahead of that Lamborghini. You can see lights ablaze there for Paul Hill as he comes through on Rudy Barnard. And on, I think that was Robert Green at the wheel of that one. Backdraft Cobra. No, I beg your pardon, that's not right. Robert Green's in the BMW. So the white Cobra there, Zane Pierce's teammate. Brendan Smith or Nick Davidson, one of the two that'll be in that car. In fact, it is Nick Davidson that comes through. Viana Kia, that's also a good question, buddy. There's no rules on the pit stops. You can have as many pit stops as you want. You just cannot do a pit stop in the last 5 minutes of the race. That's the only thing. And it caught out, if you remember, last year or the year before, the Angel car. They came in for a last splash and dash with 5 minutes to go and got stuck in pit lane. And remember, the rules of this race are that you have to take the checkered flag. So if you're stuck somewhere on the circuit and don't come across the line to take the checkered flag, you will be in trouble. And speaking of trouble, here we go. On the button, Stuart White climbs out the car. They will refuel that Lamborghini Huracan GT3. The rain is coming down. They are not doing any tire changes. Those Pirelli looks like they're still good to go. Charles Arangis will be climbing into the car. And it looks like we're going to now watch to see whether or not the Scribanti car can get that lap back. They are not doing a tire change. They are just doing a refuel, and they are giving it, of course, a driver change. So this could be the differentiator here between the win and second place. Or as I say that, I changed my mind. They waited for the refuel to happen before they went for the tire change, and they are going to be changing tires on the Lamborghini. That might be enough time to give Scribanti a chance to come back and close things down. First place is in pit lane. Scribanti is coming through now into Beacon Corner and will take one of the 2 laps back. There you can see him. as he comes out of... in fact, he's into the complex. He's coming out of the complex right now. The second place car is Paul Hill. Paul Hill coming through there. Sorry, I'm looking at 1, 2, and 3 now. I was looking at numbers earlier on in those cars. So Van has now changed up his mind. He's giving me the first, second, and third places as opposed to the numbers on the cars. So it's now, let's just get confirmation of that. The Lamborghini's in pit lane having its wheels changed. It's had a refuel and the driver change is done. Once those tires are changed, of course, it will then be a chance for that car to get out. And is he going to lose time? No, they've only changed the right-hand side. They only changed the right-hand side of those Pirellis. So that's an interesting strategy that's happened there, which is now going to give that car a chance to be back on track. And it's only lost 1 lap to the other 2. So Ranjis will still lead by a lap. They'll be on the same lap, in fact, at this point in time. But Paul Hill in second place and Franco Scribante in third were not able to get round and past the man in first place there as Stuart White came in to hand over to his teammate, Charles Ranjis. So with the rain coming down now a little bit more properly than what it has been all day long, we've got some interesting turnaround of events here heading into the second half of this race. Charles Ranjis still leading things out, 76 laps completed. Paul Hill, 76 laps completed. And in a few seconds' time, it'll be Franco Scribante with 76 laps completed as well. But the pit lane strategy has worked out perfectly there for Stradale Motorsport. And they maintain their lead. Rian Botma just being passed there by Paul Hill in the Aston Martin. And Botma, of course, trying to come back and unlap himself over the Aston Martin. But the additional power of that Aston Martin will just put another lap down into Botma's car, who sits in 4th place on track. Incredibly, Andre Besaidnout has moved his way up into what is now 5th place overall. Only 1 position back on where they finished in the second round of this championship in Port Elizabeth. So really some fun and games to be happening in this last half of the race. And as we're getting into it, of course, the rain now coming down properly. So will there be an opportunity and possibility of them coming in again to change tires? Because the rain is certainly coming down a lot harder than what it has been. We got monkeys on the circuit as well. So never mind Wales. We got a vervet monkey looking going, hang on a second, what's happening out there? So not only do you have to deal with your rivals in racing, but you have to deal with Mother Nature and nature itself as well. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Rain coming down properly here now. So, what's going to be happening with the pit lane strategies now? We've seen most of the top runners come in for their scheduled stops. There may be some unscheduled stops that need to be... and into Copacabana. A big moment for one of the Cobras right in front of Paul Hill. We're going to start to see some slipping and sliding out there. Franco Scribante will be well aware of what this car's capabilities are in the rain with slick tires on. But if it gets heavier and heavier as it is, and we can look out my window here, it's getting a lot heavier. There's going to be a big possibility of some more pit stops in the very near future. Guys that are running semi-slicks will be okay. Guys that are running on full slick tires are certainly going to be feeling the effects here of the change in weather conditions. The weather guards were spot on the weather app I picked up on earlier on in the day, saying that by about 3:30 we'll be having some wetness. It started to drizzle at 3:30 and stopped, and it's now come in at about 4:10 in the afternoon here at East London. We're in South Africa, East London Grand Prix circuit, the historic Grand Prix circuit here, the Prince George circuit as it used to be known. And now with the South African Endurance Series here for its 3rd time of asking in 2020. Classes at this point in time. Charles Ranjis from Paul Hill for GT3s. 1 lap between them. Rian Botma is second to Franco Scribante in Class S with Di Matteo down in 3rd place in the S category. And that Class S is going to be a little bit tighter. Class B, big gap there between Andre Besaidnout and Saul Hack and Chris Budnick and Chris Pretorius in the Bucket List Racing Mini. Here we go. Exactly what I thought might happen. The Calyx Aston Martin coming into pit lane. Are they going to wets? Yes, they are. They don't have a choice. You can see the new rule being brought into effect here from this race meeting. No drivers or anybody in the car while they refuel. The driver getting out there was Paul Hill. He'll be handing back to Michael Stephen to take over the duties now in these tricky conditions. So Paul Hill makes his way back into the pit box. Franco Scribanti also possibly in pit lane as well, just getting a nod over my shoulder. So 2nd and 3rd place overall and 2nd and 3rd place on the track, both in pit lane for an unscheduled stop to change tyres. Getting it done as quickly as possible. Leaving Aranjis out there for a while, but I don't think it'll be too long before we see Aranjis having to come in as well. Remember, they're all out of the same team, so Aranjis will have to stay out there. He doesn't have an option because his teammate is in the pit box right now having the tyre change done. And they've only got the one set of rig there to do the tyre changes. So whether Charles can keep the car going with slippery conditions out there or not, he doesn't have a choice. He has to wait until that Aston Martin comes back on circuit before he can come into pit lane. Look at that. You can see the rain now from that camera angle and how tricky it's becoming. The backdraft Cobra starting to slip and slide all over the place. The minis are now going to come into play. So is the Polo and so is the Super Cup car of Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout. They run semi-slick Dunlop tyres on that car, and they'll be able to handle these conditions relatively easily. Here comes the Lambo. The Lambo into pit lane. Pan left for that Lambo. The Lamborghini into pit lane now. And there it is. Has the Aston Martin left in time? No, it hasn't. It's stuck behind. Oh my goodness, this is going to be very, very tricky conditions here for Strulade Motorsport. They've got the Lamborghini right behind the Aston Martin, and he's losing time as that Aston Martin is having to do the refuel, do the tyre changes. They've got the tyres ready for the Lamborghini. They're going to push that Aston Martin just slightly forward so they can get those tyre changes done on the Lamborghini. What a turnaround here. This could possibly change up the lead as well. Will Scribanti have got out? I wonder if Scribanti's got back out onto circuit. As we follow that that Aston Martin. Pan left, pan left. The Aston Martin is back on track. I just wanted to see whether or not we've got the Scuderia Scribanti car back on track as well. I can't see it below me, so I don't know if it is. He's possibly waiting to get on back onto the circuit as this car is now going for a full tyre change onto wet weather tyres. Scribanti's back on track. So is there enough time now to try and make up that ground? Sure. Interesting. And very, very much what was expected if the rain came down. Unbelievable stuff out there. Let's have a look and see as they come onto the beach straight. That is the Ligier. There is the Aston Martin. Just want to see how far back Scribanti's car is from the Aston Martin. He's going to have to try and... He was hoping to overtake him in pit lane. Didn't quite work out. Lights ablaze there for Michael Stephen. That's the right man to have at the wheel of that car right now in these tricky conditions. Michael Stephen now going to pilot the Aston Martin Vantage into the complex and onto the tailpiece there of Donovan Taylor. Squeezes out Donovan Taylor relatively easily and gets through. Now we'll try and get a bit of a margin. And will he be able to get back the lap that he lost? Is the Lamborghini still in pit lane? We'll wait and see as they come through there. I wonder if the Lamborghini is in pit lane. If it is, well, that'll be amazing to see because Michael Stephen might be able to overtake his teammate here. Okay, Ranjis is back on track. Oh, Stephen out of shape out of Beacon there, properly catching V12 power as he came out there. The Ligier dives into pit lane. Botman now coming to hand back to James Forbes. If that's Forbes at the wheel, let's wait and see as they come through here. Is it Botman? No, it's Botman. Botman now going to go. and hand over. You'll have to get out the car first, get the refueling done, get the tire change done, and the driver change done at the same time. Lots of work to be done down there at Auto Investments. Tony Martin looking across as well, watching how quickly these guys get it done. On track, we're going to be looking out for the Lamborghini. Where is that Lamborghini of Charles Oranges? Does he still maintain the lead? Yes, he does. It's by half a lap. He's on the back straight, onto the beach straight. And you can see one of the Cobras having to go off onto the grass. Those Cobras are going to have to be very ginger. They haven't raced in wet weather conditions yet. They won't know what the conditions are going to be like here for the drivers. But what a turnaround here. This is brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Kishore Patamba is not racing there, Jaco Bierman, just to let you know. What happened was the Castrol Mini that Brad Scorer and Mikhail were driving broke a side shaft in the qualifying. So Kishore has jumped out of the car and given the Ferrari to his son and to Brad Scorer to pilot for the 4 hours. So there's no Kishore in the Ferrari, if that answers your question. Charles Oranges starting to get to grips with conditions out there, and it's tricky conditions that they're playing with now. An hour and 45 minutes of racing still to go. Watch for the minis coming through now. Remember, in the usual way of doing things in the past, the slightly lighter and less powerful cars now come into their own and could potentially be giant killers. Chevron coming through as well, looking for a chance now to close that gap down between himself and the Ferrari. He's got through on Hill. So Hill and, Michael Stephen, I should say. Franco Scribanti's got through on Michael Stephen, but he's got to make up a lap. He's got to still get back and pass Michael Stephen again, which is probably why Michael Stephen let him go without too much of a fight. Franco found a way past, but you can see, look at how this car is twitching under the wet conditions here. And remember, they're still on slick tires. No, they would have come in with the wet weathers. They're in on the wet weathers now. So all three of the top three on wet weather tires. Rian Botman has just come in for that change of tire and change of driver. So I wonder if James Forbes is going to go out there on the rain tires. The Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche now coming down the beach straight. And Sun Moodley's already taken the win in the hour endurance. Oh, big moment at the Beacon corner. Once again there for the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000. That's the second time he spun off there. But the last time he was in flames, this time it's all wet weather conditions. So Gerald Wright catching it, getting back onto... In fact, Dean Wilson, I beg your pardon. Dean Wilson at the wheel of that machine right now as it heads back down towards Potters. Everywhere we turn right now, there's possibilities of cars looping out with these very changeable conditions. Unbelievable action here so far. Heading onto the beach straight, you can see, I think the leaders are going to be a little bit more ginger in their approach to overtaking backmarkers now. They cannot afford to make mistakes because that could be very costly. Also can't afford to dive on the inside of slower cars. If they don't see them, they'll definitely make sure that they've seen them before they make the overtaking maneuvers. White flag for the slower car. That's the Wright Motorsport F2000. That's Sports 2000 going slowly down the beach straight and dropping off. Lap times also dropping off big time. Oranges, average lap times now in the 133s. Michael Stephen doing 130s, but Franco Scribanti still doing 129s. He's 4 seconds quicker than Oranges and Stephen. Probably taking a bit of a risk there to try and get that gap back and possibly get himself onto the lead lap again. He has to. It's the only way they're going to try and win this one. He's got to take the risks. There might be big rewards, but sometimes there's also big problems that can happen. Michael Stephen onto the beach straight now as he brings that incredible Aston Martin V12 Vantage. He's up to second, only a lap down. There is Scribanti behind him. So Franco Scrivanti's done an incredible job. And looking to get back into second place ahead of Michael Stephen. Probably just the length of the beat straight away now from Michael Stephen. Coming into the complex. Mark McLaughlin still hangs on to what is 6th place. Andre Besaidno's dropped down to 7th. Rian Botman and Stian Kriel have moved up slightly there. That must have been during some pit stops, or possibly just due to the fact that these tricky conditions are making it more difficult. Budnick and Lessing moving up nicely as well into the top 10. Budnick into the top 10 now. Quinton Lessing into the top 15. Dean Wilson, he's being helped back into the pit box. There's something wrong on that car. The Wright Motorsport Sports 2000, usually a bomb-proof machine. Fortunately, he's had a little bit of issues here this weekend. Cobra looping out down at Cocabana. That's not the first time we're going to see a Cobra looping out. Oh, he comes back on track, nearly tapping the back end of Andre Besaidnout. That was very close between them. Andre Besaidnout now, he sees the lights ablaze of that Lamborghini closing in on him. He's going to lose another lap to the Lambo. He's not worried about the Lamborghini. Overall positions are more important. Donnie Taylor and Brian Morgan's Hulk from Wright Motorsport also taking a little bit of squirrel through Cocabana there. Here comes Scribanti though. Kicks off the BMW. Going to be closing down on Hill and Bland in the Polo. Oh, and that's Record Roots. Roots going onto the kart circuit. I wonder if he ran out of brakes there. He certainly ran out of something. I'm not going to say talent when it comes to Record Roots, because that's arguably one of the best drivers we've got in the country. And a great save there from Record Roots. Gets back on track, but he's lost a little bit of ground there. And Ritzy trying to make up the ground that, of course, they lost earlier on in the race. They're both him and Steve Clark. There you go. Quick action replay of Roots going off circuit and back onto the kart circuit. Fortunately able to get back on track. Looked across, saw no traffic and came back onto the circuit. Didn't lose too much ground though. So that's what it's all about right now. So the rain is still falling, but it's not as heavy as what it was, but there is constant rain. Here we go. Here's our little friend coming across the track again. He's taking his life into his hands, that little vervet monkey. But yeah, the vervet monkey playing chicken there with these guys. I wouldn't take on Charles Oranges or Michael Stephen right now. Not with the concentration levels that are out there. Mother Nature taking its toll here. Both in weather as well as in some local inhabitants of the circuit. Heading up towards Beacon Corner, Michael Stevens still in second place. How far back is Scribanti? He's dropped back slightly, so he's just taking it a little bit easier. I wonder if he had a moment somewhere, because he's a lot further back than what he was. I think Scribanti might have had a moment somewhere on track. Yeah, definitely. A 1:39 on that last pass. He lost 10 seconds somewhere on track. I'm not quite sure where. Possibly in the complex. But Scribanti... Yeah, but you see that 39 is not a 28 or 29 coming out of Oranges and Stephen there. So he definitely had a problem somewhere on track that slowed him. And he's now, you can see the gap he was right there with the Lambo. He was literally a couple of corners away from the Lambo. He's now almost half a lap behind the Lamborghini of Charles Oranges. So you've got to be very careful. You can push it to the limit, but you can't push it too far over the limit. Otherwise, it's going to be potentially a sad day. Coming out of Beacon Corner there, he got a little bit squirrely, and here comes the Lambo about to come and lap him again. Also, just getting confirmation over my shoulder, which you guys are helping me out here. Paul Bedford, one of our top photographers in the country, and Vanna from True Race, saying the average lap times of Scribanti have dropped down almost 10 seconds a lap slower. And Paul was saying, standing outside there and having to come in from what had happened on track was, oh, there you go, Scribante off down at Cochabana. So the Orange's cars got through on Scribante, and Franco Scribante's looped out down at Cochabana. He's back on track, but he definitely made a big mistake down at Cochabana, and looks like there might be a bit of damage on the back left-hand side of that car. Maybe we can try and pick up on that. Just, I don't know if it was the water coming off the wheel. No, it's fine. It was just the water off the wheel. Just looked like there was a bit of damage, but he's fortunate not to have any damage on that car. Scribante, as I said, lapping down in the 140s. His best lap time was a 16 dead. So therein lies the difference and why he's fallen back so badly. But also, listening to that twin Hayabusa V8, the Suzuki Hayabusa V8 that ran in that car, they did have a bit of an issue on the one bank of the car in PE. And it sounded like, according to the photographers, that there may be a bit of a misfire coming in on that car again. I wonder if the wetness has caused that misfire. Good possibility of that. So, continuing the action here in the rain. And non-stop action we've had since it started raining, that's for sure. Anyway, you look around the track, you can see guys just taking it a little bit easier, going to the higher gears in the more powerful cars. If you've got the full wets on, of course, and you can use those full wets like some of the top teams have got, you don't have to worry about changing gears. You can still drive that car like it's in the dry. But if you haven't got them, you've got to play around with the gear changes, and of course your gear changes will be in the higher gears. You'll be sitting in 4, 5, and 6 as opposed to playing in the sort of second and third gear range that you'd be asking the car for in dry and ideal conditions. Diana, I will give them to you right now. Apologies for that. If you can ask you to pull up the bottom 20 for me there, please, Vanna, from True Race. A couple of our spectators and people watching on the live stream want to see how the lower part of the field are doing. So we'll pull that up any second now. That is Sun Mudley going into the complex. The sponsor of the event, of course, from Bigfoot Express Freight. And as soon as I can pull it up for you, Diana, I will. Apologies for that. We're concentrating on sort of the battles that are happening, but yes, there are battles all the way down there. There you can see. So your man is he's actually moved up into the top 20 by the looks of it. No, there we go. 27th place for Lonica. Lonica at the wheel of that car at the moment. So 27th place there for Lonica Martins. Moving to 26th as we cross the line there. And keeps 35 laps completed there. Rudy Barnard, Trevor Bland, Wilson, Pretorius, Bakewell, Martins. Lorenzo Gotteri still circulating, and that's all. The rest at the bottom there, from Gotteri down, are of course all the competitors in the 1 hour endurance race. So that's how things stand in the bottom half after the 20. Sorry about that one. We do sort of play around. There's a lot of things happening in the studio, so we do apologize for that. But thank you for bringing it to our attention, and there you have it, confirmation of what you wanted. Someone is off. We've got a yellow flag coming out of Cochabana corner. It's not third. Oh, there you go. It's one of the Cobras. I think that actually we might have given the commentator's curse there, Diana. I just want to let you know. Let's have a look and see what that Cobra is. If we can follow the second Cobra behind the Ligier coming into the complex, please, Daryl. Just want to confirm that it was possibility of the commentator's curse picking up on that Cobra into the complex. Cobras all over the circuit. 13 of them in total being entered by backdraft. Oh, and another off. Is that Rechard again? It is. Rechard Ritz has gone off again. Man alive, he's having a tough day. Now he's going to have to go all the way around the slow part of the kart circuit. This backdraft Cobra is certainly not built to go around a kart track, but he makes it look relatively easy. And loses 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 positions. Not too much time overall. But Ritzy's battling with braking into gate corner and keeps going straight. That's a big concern. I wonder if he's going to come into pit lane and have those brakes checked out by the team. Maximo Racing, of course, are the team that he races for. They've got 2 or 3 cars entered into this outing. So looks like Ritzy battling a bit there with brakes into gate corner. There's confirmation of the replay. Didn't quite get him going off, but we got him returning onto the circuit. And that's definitely not what he wanted there. Steve Clark and Richard Rutz, of course, good friends from KwaZulu-Natal, and the two of them ran very well at the last round. Back on track with fourth place Rian Botma. Then you've got in the background, it's the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche of Sun Mudley with Andrew Culbert at the wheel now. And then behind that, it's the hard charging Michael Stephen trying to make up some ground. Gary van der Spey also giving me some information over my shoulder there. Looks like the Chevron B26 has been put back into the pit box. Some work to do there for Scuderia Scribanti to hopefully get that car back on track. Another spinner, and there you got it. Oh, that's the Ellison car. I think that might be Peter Jenkins, the Jedi. We got that one looped out. So Jenkins and Ellison sharing the drive there in the Scuderia Ellisone. That's what they called. I don't know how Colin Ellison can go Italian on me with Scuderia Ellisone, but yeah, that's what he's done in that backdraft Cobra of theirs. Look at this Cobra on the beach. Look at it, how it's it's crabbing along there. I'm not quite sure which one that is. I think that might be the car of Lonica Martins and Ishmael Peck, but it's definitely got some damage on it, and it's literally crabbing, almost Gauteng taxi style on the beach straight there. Definitely not how that car should be running. It should be running in a straight line, not having to turn left to go right. We're not in oval track, that's for sure. But there's an oval track driver at the wheel, so she's probably just nursing that car around, doing a superb job of it as we speak. But I think, Diana, we might have just given that a commentator's curse there. Here comes the leader onto the back of the BMW. And no worries at all there for them as Rian Botma goes through just ahead of that little pack of cars. Colbert just ticking off the laps. Best lap was a 26.1. That was in dry conditions, but 37.7s now from the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche 997. Magnificent little race car that, and both Sun Mudley and his teammate Andrew Colbert have already gone to battle in two sprint races earlier on today. Loved life here at the East London Grand Prix circuit, their home track, of course. Great to have, would have been nice to have some full support here from the Bigfoot Express Freight team. They normally put on a big spread here for all their customers. No spectators at the event allowed though, until we get into the next part of lockdown, and hopefully that'll be soon. Lights ablaze there for Colbert as he comes across the line, warning the back markers of his approach. Battle for 5th and 6th is of course between Andre Besaidnote and Andrew Colbert. Colbert trying to close down on Besaidnote in the Team Perfect Circle Polo GTI from GTC. It's the Super Cup car. Finished 4th overall, remember, in PE. There it is, heading into gate corner. Front end of the shot as it goes into gate. How far back is Sun Mudley? Just trying to pick up through those lights. There he is. So Sun coming into Cochabana and Andre Besaidnote exiting the complex. So it's quite a big gap that is still up for grabs for 5 and 6. Brian Morgan being closed down, and around the outside from, I think, from both the Ligier and from the Aston Martin. No, the Ligier backs out. And James Forbes eventually gets through there. Rian Botma. Botma at the wheel now. Looking at the different helmets in that Ligier too. Classes as they stand right now, GT3, 1 and 2 on the track. It's Arunjis from Michael Stephen. That is Arunjis that we see in shot heading into gate corner. Back on a couple of cars starting to get sideways. Let's just see if we can stay. I think that might be the car I was talking about earlier on there, Daryl, as well. Just watch that Cobra in the background. Let's see if it is starting. It is. Yeah, it's definitely snaking. Definitely not going in a straight line the way it should. Could possibly be... Is this Richard Rutz trying to make up ground now? Yes, it is. Ahead of Di Matteo. Still lots of water on the track, which means there's not going to be a change in tyres just yet. Oh, Besaidnote running very late into Cochabana, but keeps it on track. No, it's this Cobra. Here's the one that was snaking. So leader going through there, getting past. Slightly injured backdraft Cobra there. On a side note, currently lapping in the 41.4s. That's good lap time from him. Maintaining a top 5 overall for Team Perfect Circle. The two of them, Note and Hack, will be moving up in the championship standings if that's where they finish up in the next hour and 26 minutes or so. And Andre Colbert trying to close down on them. Andrew Colbert, I beg your pardon, trying to close down on Andre Note. But it's about 17 seconds still to make up. Not easy to do in these conditions. I see that monkey see, monkeys do. Oh, not what you wanted. That's for sure. Anyway, Deanna, don't worry about it. We'll get that sorted out. We won't mention it between you and I. It's just between you and I. Okay. No one knows what happened there. No one knows. So, onto the beach straight. Oh, it's the right Motorsport Sports 2000 back on track, but it's going a lot slower than what it ever has. That's not what we want to be seeing there from them. So I wonder if they're going to have a problem all the way through and just try and nurse that car to the end. Robert Green now at the wheel of the BMW. Being closed down by Di Matteo. Lights ablaze on the Aston Martin, getting through on some of the backmarker backdraft Cobras. That might have actually been Rackard Ritz, I think, who just got passed there by Michael Stephen. Don't think Michael Stephen, all the talent he's got, is going to be able to close down on Charles Oranges and bridge that gap in these conditions. He may just have to settle for second or wait for a highly unlikely issue on the Lamborghini. But Nick probably still looking good at this stage in terms of index of performance, but also still looking good for second place in Class B behind Andre Note and Saul Hack. Bucketless Racing Mini. The Fireball and Hulk makes its way down the beach straight into gate corner. I think Brian Morgan's at the wheel of that one. Oh, we got a yellow flag. Sorry about that. Don't know why that came up there. Hour and 24 minutes to go. Trevor Bland and Cora Hill still piloting that little Polo of theirs around. Still in the top 25 overall. Michael Stephen now coming up on the back markers. Index of performance, thank you for that one. We've got Budnick still at the top, kind of what I thought. The BMW of Robert Green is now up into second place there, so nice to see that. Of course, Robert Green, Sean Gradwell and Sean Balance piloting the BMW. 3 drivers in that car. Brian Morgan and Donovan Taylor still third overall with 83.3%. Was that was the Jedi there, I think, in the shot there, I think we just saw. Yeah, there he is. Oh, Jenkins out of shape. So Peter Jenkins. The camera position there is a little bit wary of Cobras coming through. Normally in the conditions here, on ideal race conditions on a race day, if you're standing in that kart circuit, real Cobras would be a problem, as in Cape Cobras or Mozambique spitting Cobras. But today it's backdraft Cobras we have to worry about, Daryl. There's a replay, getting back on track. The 19 car, the Medusa racing machine of Colin Ellison and Peter Jenkins. It's great to have the Jedi in here, really. I love the fact that Ellison and Jenkins have partnered up for this weekend. And the laps continue to be ticked off here. Really, really great stuff. You can see the guys have got used to the conditions here a bit better. Not quite as hectic as what it was earlier on. They're realizing where they can put the power down. Oh, and as I say that, commentators curse Di Matteo. Franco Di Matteo loops the Ligier out, trying to close down on Botma and his teammate, James Forbes. So Franco Di Matteo comes to the inside, and I know that a lot of the people down here in East London don't like us referring to it, but that's kind of wrong turn. If you're in Cochabana, don't turn right, because there's a little house there that we always tend to mention about Wrong Turn. And if you've seen Wrong Turn, the movie, you'll understand what the connotations are there. Kurt Bakewell now at the wheel of their car, taken over from his brother Ryan. Also looking pretty tasty. Best lap of a 32.0. I think 35.5s at the moment there for them. About a couple of seconds off their full pace. 97 laps completed so far though for Charles Orangis. And make that 98 as he goes underneath our commentary position and completes another lap in anger. Super drive there from Orangis to maintain. On Besaidnot still fighting hard here for a possibility of 4th place overall again. So Besaidnot and Saul Hack remaining consistent as ever in the Team Perfect Circle Global Touring Car Super Cup GTI. Orangis coming up onto the back end of Hill and Bland's Polo. In the background, that is one of the Cobras getting through there on Budnick. Lights flashing for Besaidnot, being warned by Andrew Colbert coming up. This is the battle for 5th and 6th. They've now right with each other. So great pickup here from our director. Super stuff there, Daryl. Thank you. The battle now is on for 4th place between Besaidnot and Colbert. And Besaidnot puts the bucket list racing mini in between the Porsche himself. And then squeezes a little Cobra in there as well. Oh, that's tight. Colbert had to go the long way around as they went through turn 7. And just had to play around a little bit with that. So it didn't quite work out there for Andrew Colbert. But the battle is now on track. And it's within a couple of car lengths of each other for 4th place overall on the circuit for this race of the 3rd round of the South African Endurance Series. It's the might of Volkswagen South Africa's Global Touring Car Super Cup Polo GTI and Porsche 997 for 4th place overall. Scribanti's back on track, but there's a lot of work now to be done by Franco Scribanti. He dropped down to 7th place. He's now in the shot as they come towards Gate Corner and about to be caught and possibly passed again by Charles Orangis. The Cobra's running right down into Cochabana and a change up for 4th place confirmed into Cochabana. Andrew Colbert now moves into 4th ahead of Andre Besaidnot. Besaidnot is going to battle to try and keep that Porsche at bay. It's got a slightly bigger turn of pace. I would say the driving skills of Colbert and Besaidnot very similar in terms of their experience and their abilities. In fact, Andre Besaidnot spent the first part of the year before lockdown with Saul Hack in the Middle East, racing in the Porsche Cup in Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, and in the UAE. So watching that Porsche go past must have brought a couple of memories back of the big races he had in the Middle East in the beginning of the season. Scribanti crosses the line, completes another lap, but not too far behind him is going to be the Lamborghini of Charles Orangis. There's the replay of Franco Mazzeo getting out of shape. And he just caught it in time. Fortunately to get back on track though. Lost him a couple of positions, but he's back on circuit. and now looking for a chance to finish up the day. An hour and a quarter to go, so hardly anything in it here in terms of time left to play. But of course this is where survival comes into play in a big way, particularly when you've got the rain falling as hard as it is again here at East London Grand Prix Circuit, and having to deal with those kind of crazy oaks. Man alive. There's a couple of vervet monkeys down on the beach straight that I think have given up on surfing for the day, although there's not a bad swell out there right now. But they've decided to head home, and by heading home they've got to cross the circuit on the beach straight in front of this pack of endurance racing cars. We've got a slow car on the beach straight as well. Is that the Lamborghini? There's a very good possibility that's the Lamborghini, or no, it's not. It's the Aston. The Lamborghini's just come out of Cochabana. So is it the Aston Martin with these lights ablaze? With the lights on now, unfortunately, the glare is not allowing us to see what it is. It's the Aston Martin. It's Michael Stephen who's slowing dramatically down the beach straight. The sideways Willie Erasmus car now coming into shot. He's got some damage on that car that's causing it to crab. And back into the complex. I think we might have just missed those cars coming in, or we're going to try and pick them up. I think we've missed them. They're already through the complex and heading up towards Beacon. But a safety car, and that's the reason for the safety car. It's not because of Michael Stephen. I wonder if there's been a problem there between Michael Stephen and Rian Botma. Botma's on the main straight, just to the left of the start-finish line. And the Haval having to get out there, the course car having to get out there to bring that car back in again, help him with the tow back into pit lane. Wow, it wasn't quite what I expected there. Hour and a quarter to go. Michael Stephen has stopped. So Michael Stephen has stopped, and is he in pit lane or not? I didn't see where he ended up, but if we can try and get that pit lane camera to see and just pan to the right slightly. I see Scribanti's in pit lane. Is Michael Stephen in pit lane? No, he's not yet, but they're expecting him. So Scribanti comes in. Here's Michael Stephen coming in as well. I wonder what the problem on that car was. There's some dirt on the front end of that car. He's gone off track somewhere. Possibly at Cochabana. We may have just missed that at Cochabana. But Michael Stephen has definitely had an off-track excursion. He's going to have to get out the car before they do any refueling, if they're going to refuel, or they're going to just change tires. If they're just going to change tires, he can stay in the car. But definitely some damage and some grass on the front end of that car. Came in for a double check. And on the left-hand side of that shot, you can see Scribanti is in there as well. So, wow. Not what we kind of expected. Cars heading down towards Potter's Pass. Drivers waiting for changes here. Is that Brad Scorer? No, it's not. It's Poseidnote who is coming into pit lane. Poseidnote coming into pit lane now for a driver change. They're going to hand back to Saul Hack for about an hour to go. They've got those Dunlop wets on there as well, so that's going to help them out. And Fast Freddy there from Fast Developments going to have a quick chat to Andre Poseidnote and see if everything's gone according to plan there. Is Saul waiting to get into the car? We'll wait and see. Wreaking a bit of havoc here with our cameras as well. We've lost a couple of cameras due to the wetness out there, but we're doing the best we can to give you the coverage to take us through the last hour of this race. We're almost at the hour mark. Via Nokia, I like your comment. Does that monkey have his mask on? I like that, buddy. I don't think he did. We'll have to have a quick chat about that one later on, though. But well picked up on that one, Vian. He was keeping social distance, though, you can see. It was only him. There were no other monkeys around. But a great comment. Thanks for that one, buddy. So is this going to help out Scribanti? That's what we're going to have to keep an eye on. Because he's not going to make up ground here, and he's lost too much ground in the interim. They are recovering that vehicle and bringing the Ligier back into pit lane behind the Haval course car. So quick reactions there from our race control. First with Michael Stevens slowing, and then with Rion Botma having some problems in the Ligier. Current standings, as you can see there, Aranji, Steven, Botma. Botma's going to lose ground now. Colbert's going to move to third, and Besaidno's going to move to fourth. So if we had the Ferrari of the Angels in second right now, as opposed to Michael Steven and Paul Hill, we'd have exactly the same finish as what we had in PE if the flag came out. Aranjis and White taking the win. It was the Angels who took second place, but it's going to be Steven and Hill right now. And then Andrew Colbert and Son Mudley in third, with Besaidnote and Saul Hack in fourth. That was the top four from PE. So the only change up there, of course, is the Ferrari being replaced by the Aston Martin. Is that going to be how things finish up? Highly unlikely with the kind of conditions we've got right now, and still some action to come with about an hour to go. I don't know if it's exactly an hour just yet. I know we started just after the 1:30 mark, but we'll get that confirmation as soon as we go back out of safety car. So for those of you down in pit lane, you're not going to see this, but oh, look at that replay. As he comes out of Copacabana, the Cobra that was right behind the safety car got a little tail happy and nearly went into the back of the safety car. I'm not quite sure who's driving. There you go and see it again. We'll actually let you see it a couple of times. I know that Van will put it on a few times. But watch as that car comes out of Copacabana. We'll go back to it now. Coming out of Copacabana, watch the second car, the Cobra, behind the Haval H2. And there it is. Out of shape properly there. I think it could be Cold Trickle that's driving that car right now. And when people say to me, why do I say it's Cold Trickle? Because his team have just told him to hit the pace car. And he's going to say, why? And they're going to say, well, you've hit everything else out there, Cole. We want you to be perfect. So that's exactly what he's trying to do. Anyway, we've still got some work to be done here. And it's an hour and 9 minutes still to go. Or 9.5 minutes still to go. So we are... Oof. These are tough times out there for these drivers. If you're in an open cockpit backdraft Cobra with rain conditions like we've had, drivers are going to start to feel, first of all, the cold. Cramp is going to start coming in for the drivers who are not maybe up to the full fitness that's required for 4 hours of racing. And now it's concentration levels. Look at that, yes. Being told, think. Don't do anything stupid. Right now, something stupid could be costly. Saul Hack at the wheel now of the Global Touring Car Polo GTI Super Cup. And he is now moved to the lead of his class. Just kidding. Class B leader there, Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnote. So a good drive from them, and a possibility of a top 4, even a possibility of a podium for that car. That'll turn things around dramatically, that's for sure. Class E is Kursi Veyes, that's Stian Creel and Robin Creel, his partners. Brian Morgan and Donovan Taylor in second, Rachel Ritz and Steve Clark in third. And then it's Brendan Smith currently in fourth place ahead of Wade Van Zimmerman, Quinton Lessing, Willie Erasmus there in seventh, Colin Ellison and the Jedi in eighth, and Mackie Adlam and Rudy Barnard in ninth for Class E. Class C, there's only Robert Green out there in the BMW. He's still piloting out there, and he's still looking good for Index of Performance. So Green, with his teammates Gradwell and Valance, in with a chance of winning the Index of Performance here today. That'll be an interesting turnaround of affairs for the local class, if they can beat Budnick in the Bucket List Racing Mini. So those are what some of the class categories are looking like at the moment. As we circulate behind the Haval safety car yet again. It's about the 9th or 10th safety car that we've had, but due to tricky conditions, you can understand why. Index of Performance right now, it is the BMW out front, and Pretorius and Budnick into second, Morgan and Taylor into third, Veyes and the Creel family in fourth, Saul Hack and Besaidnote in fifth place in that car right there, the Team Perfect Circle and Motul sponsored Global Touring Car Super Cup Polo GTI. Lights off, Haval pulls into pit lane. We are going back to green flags and racing to happen now for another hour and 5 minutes. And man, is this Cobra getting out of shape. Oh, and there's a big spin in the background. Big spin in the background. It's the 7 car. I think that was Rudy Barnard or Mackie Adlam at the wheel of that car. I think it was Rudy Barnard. And he looped it out properly out of Beacon. Fortunately, everybody saw what happened and avoided the spinning Cobra. And spinning Cobra as opposed to spitting Cobra. But a couple of guys now still trying to find their way through here. Lights ablaze coming across the line, making it very difficult for us to spot those cars. It's Michael Stephen closing on the back end, trying to find a way through. The traffic is now going to be a problem at the restart for the quicker cars. So, yeah, I kind of expected that. Watching those guys come through the final corner. Remember, they would have been behind the safety car there for about 2 or 3 laps, which means tires are cold. And as soon as you light those tires up in cold conditions, there's a tendency that they're going to loop out. And that's exactly what happened. And it caught out, I think it was Rudy Barnard who got out of shape there. I think we might be able to get an action replay on that one. Maybe just show a couple of the cars trying to avoid the spinning number 7. But right now it is 5 o'clock traffic, and it's only 25 to 5. Heading onto the beach straight. You have to watch out for overturned monkeys as well as possibilities of whales breaching into the gate complex interchange. We had helicopter coverage. We can get you all the traffic report coming in here from the Bigfoot Express Freight 700. Cobras, Porsches, Polos, all in the thick of it. Good to see that. That's fantastic to see. Mike McLaughlin back on track again in the big car there. In fact, it's JB Brenningham at the wheel of the car, but of course, teammate to Mike McLaughlin there in the Lexus-powered and twin turbo version of the backdraft Cobras. Unbelievable stuff here. Brilliant, actually. Exactly the kind of action we expected with the rain to come down. Also getting confirmation of what happened with the Ligier of Botma and James Forbes. Looks like a gearbox issue there. Cost them a little bit of time. They're in the pit box now trying to get it sorted out. We'll wait and see if they can get that all sorted out. It is going to give Saul Hack a chance of moving up into 4th place, though, if they're stuck in pit lane for too much longer. And as they cross the line, in fact, Hack and Besaidnote move to 4th place. So the top 4, if you take Michael Stephen and Paul Hill out of it and add in 2nd place to be the Angel car, would be exactly the same way they finished up in Port Elizabeth. Bjorn Nokia, before we go to the replay, just to give you a confirmation there, on my shoulder, Gary van der Spey coming up and saying that the Botma car had gearbox issues. They're going to try and get it sorted out and get them back on track, but they're working frantically and they've already lost one position there to Saul Hack and Besaidnote. And from Gary's reaction right now, looks like they might be out. Let's have a look at that restart and the spin from the number 7 Cobra coming into the main straight. You can see it, it's about 4th car. There it is, spins out. And you can just see cars keeping to the left-hand side, the usual race line. And that fortunately kept them all out of harm's way. The car did get back on track, but unfortunately it was a long way down and right at the back of the field on the restart there. Beach straight camera taking a bit of strain now in these tricky conditions as well. We're just trying to get it focused for you. It makes it very difficult for our cameramen that are out there. So hats off to them and thank you so much for the effort that they put in. Daryl behind, of course, the director's chair today, and True Races, Werner Hinop giving me all of the information that's being fed to me on the left-hand side and on the top of your screens, keeping us up to date as to exactly what's happening all around the circuit and what's happening with the action that's on track all the time as well. It's brilliant stuff. It really is. We're trying as hard as we can to give you the kind of coverage that Bigfoot Express Freight will be happy with. And I think that's exactly what we're doing. Aranji, Stephen, Colbert, Saul Hack, Kursi Veyers into 5. It's Rion Botma who's dropped down to 6th place now, but I think could possibly lose that 6th place to Brian Morgan and Donovan Taylor within a lap or two, because remember, Botma and Forbes are out of this one. Colbert moving through the field, sitting in 3rd place. Doesn't have to push any much harder than he is right now, but the one concern Colbert is going to have a look at where Saul Hack is. Saul Hack is at the wheel of the Team Perfect Circle Polo and is looking to come back at the Porsche. So the battle for 3rd place is on with an hour and 1 minute to go. Unbelievable stuff. I don't think we're going to be seeing this, but it's exactly what's happened over the last couple of seasons and even some of the last races. The action in the race does not stop until that checkered flag drops. And with the way things have gone so far this season, anything can still happen in this incredible South African Endurance Series for 2020. Chris Pretorius and Budnick trying to keep those lap times consistent, maybe retake the lead in the index of performance. They're currently sitting in 11th place, so doing a good job of it so far. The second Mini, as we mentioned earlier on there, the Castrol liveried Mini of Mikael Patamba and Bradley Scorer had to be parked on the sideline with a broken side shaft. Similar problem to what they faced in PE only a couple of weekends ago. And fortunately, with, of course, Kish Patamba having the Ferrari here, he was able to give up that car and give them a chance to still participate in today's racing. So we'll wait to see if there's going to be some more action to unfold here with an hour and 35 seconds to go. Leaders going to have to be very wary of how they choose to do the overtaking right now. Going to be double checking themselves before they make the overtaking maneuvers. Guys are in their own fights through the field. Definitely don't want to be the cause of potentially ruining the race day for any of the top cars. You can see the top cars, all with their lights ablaze, and most of them flashing their lights to warn the drivers that they're coming up on them. As much as our marshals are doing a valiant job out there to pass on the information that the Foster cars are coming with those blue flags waving, in conditions like this, it makes it exceptionally hard to spot the marshal and also to spot what color the flag is. So it makes it even more difficult for them to get that all right. Coming into the beach straight again, and in the background watching for the second Ligier that's still on track. Has also had some issues during the day, but Dimitar and Sartorio still circulating. Beach straight now for the leader as well. Oranji's just ticking them off. Currently lapping in the 26.8, fastest car on the circuit as well, comes out of our lead car. So watching to see Oranji's just ticking them off one by one and keeping it very good. Laps completed now, 110 for Charles Oranji's, about to make that 111. If you're a cricketing fan, you better get onto one leg, I think. It's time for the Nelson there. See if he can keep this lap all together before he completes the lap. Let's see what happens. Lamborghini of Charles Oranji still in the front, ahead of Michael Stephen in the Aston Martin V12 Vantage. Andrew Colbert up into third place now in the Porsche 911. That's a 997 GT3 Cup car. Saul Hack in fourth place ahead of Kursi Veyers in the first of the backdraft Cobras. Franco Scribanti is closing on the back end of Kursi Veyers, so possibility of a change up for Scribanti to get into the top five. maybe still enough time for him to get back into the top 4 and pass his 2 stablemates from the Kyalami 9 Hour in Team Perfect Circle's Porsche. Remember, both Franco Scribanti, Silvio Scribanti, and Andre Besaidenote piloted the Team Perfect Circle Porsche at the Kyalami 9 Hour. And we'll be looking to do the same later on in the year if we do get the Intercontinental GT Championship making its way back onto South African shores for the 9 Hour at Kyalami. Makes at this stage, it's Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Porsche, then it's Volkswagen Polo Super Cup GTI, and then it's Backdraft Cobra, Chevron, Backdraft Cobra, 3, 4, 5 up to 10th place, where we get into the Mini of Chris Pretorius and Chris Patrick. I wonder if Harry Arundis is standing on one leg right now, just trying to get that 111 laps done, or if he's that cricket superstitious or not. Lights on now on almost all the cars, making it very difficult to try and spot them from the distance like we're seeing right now. Got to wait for that silhouette to come into shape. Try and pick up on what's happening. Franco Scribanti still circulating in the Chevron B26. That's a good sign, because this car has had its tough times of reliability. And now just trying to get it to the finish line. They're looking for a class win, of course. Might not be an overall win, but they're definitely looking for a class win there in the Chevron. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Cobras on the back straight, on the beach straight. Beg your pardon. And the Mini of Budnik and Pretorius behind them. Thanks for the comments, guys. Please keep them coming. Don't forget to like and share this on as well. We do appreciate all the support, and of course trying to create a bigger platform and footprint as we can in the social media world, with just over 50 minutes to go. Rutz and Chris Pretorius still fighting for what is 9th place and 10th place on track. Rutz in the Cobra, Chris Pretorius and Chris Budnik in the Mini Cooper S, John Cooper Works. And then just behind them is 3rd place, Son Moody and Andrew Colbert. Yes, Lonica has changed with Ismail Peck. So Diana, thanks for that, and thanks for the comment there. Lonica and Peck have changed up again. Billy Erasmus taking the ailing Cobra of his into the complex yet again. Lamborghini of Charles Arangis now down into the 127.2s Still the fastest car on track. Incredible to see how that car just keeps the consistent lap times all the time, whether it's in the wet or dry. A very well built machine there for, of course, Stradale Motorsport. Two of them, Stuart White and Arangis, have not put a wheel wrong. They lost the lead a little bit there due to the fact that when I say putting a wheel wrong, there was a little transgression from Stuart White under safety car, and he had to come in for a drive-through penalty. Oh, and speaking of drive-through, that Cobra's driving right through, and so is the Ferrari. The Ferrari loops out at Copacabana after watching the Cobra go off. The two of them have now headed into Cobra territory. Real Cobras that are. And getting back onto the track eventually. Oh man, that was chaos down there. So we just saw the Cobra go off, and almost in sympathy, the Ferrari looped out just behind that. Fortunately, it wasn't in front of that car and the Porsche that's just behind. And of course, the car I'm talking about is Charles Arangis leading things out. But yeah, that wasn't quite on the script there for that Ferrari and that Cobra. Two of them getting a little bit out of shape at Copacabana. Tricky conditions though. Yo, very, very tricky conditions to race in. See the rain just pouring down here non-stop. Let's have a look at the replay there for John Rudman. The very expensive lawn mowers. There you go, Cobra down into the beach, off the beach straight. The Ferrari goes all the way around and eventually comes back on track. So, not ideal. Have a look at that. There's the Cobra. In fact, it's not even in sympathy. The Ferrari was on the inside, not even close to that Cobra. And just two mistakes out of two cars at the same corner at almost the same time. Maybe a bit of river running through it there, I think, also possibly the reason for a lot of cars having problems through Copacabana right now. Won't be the first cars, and definitely won't be the last cars to loop out at Copacabana with these kind of conditions. That's for sure. So the Lambo hangs on and leads out GD3 over Michael Stephen, who's in second. GD4, it's Andrew Colbert in third. Class B and fourth place, it is Saul Hack. And Class E and fifth place overall, Kursi Bayers and the Creel family. Lovely bit of driving here from these guys and girls in arguably difficult conditions. Some guys will love it. Some drivers absolutely revel in these kind of conditions. Arangis is probably showing us the way to do it. And if you recall, it was last year in Cape Town where the rain came down and Arangis was absolutely flying and started to put in even faster and faster lap times all the time, and then had a crash of his own, which nearly cost him the race victory. And in fact, I think it did in the end. I wonder if we're going to... Yes, we have got a racing pigeon now crossing the circuit as well. So not only do we have monkeys, we've got guinea fowl, aka racing pigeons. We've had whales in the bay. We've had hardy daws. Mother Nature is certainly playing her toll and her hand here today. In the background, we can see one of the Volkswagen transporters having to do a little U-turn, realizing that unfortunately the road is closed. The circuit, of course, is a normal road and public road during the race weekends and during the race weeks where we don't have cars on track. It becomes a normal public road, and nice drive there. Oh, lovely stuff. Donovan Taylor moving out of the way. Hand out saying, "After you, sir," and allowing the Lamborghini through with no problems at all. That's Class E. Veyers from Roots, Taylor, Lessing, Smith, Van Zimmeren, Erasmus, Ellison, and Mackie Adlam, the top 9. Kusi Veyers on 104 laps completed. 102 for Rechard Roots and Stevie Clark. And Taylor and Morgan are in third place on 101 laps completed. Lights left, right, and center on the beach straight. The ones on the right-hand side of the screen probably moving out of the way for the faster drivers. Franco Scribanti starting to make his way through as well. Trying to make up some ground. Saul Hack doing a great job here in the closing stages with 46 minutes to go. Hack going through there on Adlam, by the looks of it. And now onto the inside of Brad Scorer in the Ferrari. Hack, Pretorius, and Bland, top 3 in Class B. So it's Polo Super Cup, Mini Cooper, John Cooper Works, and Polo, the 1600 Polo player. Oh, another car off at Cocobana. Make that, I was going to say nearly 2, but another Cobra going off. That possibility. Diana, is that our friend again who's gone off? I think it may be. Oh, and as I say that, the Right Motorsport Sports 2000 pulls to the sideline. So some problems here in Cocobana. Just watching this Cobra come through there. Is that... no, it's not. It's got the black bar, so that'll be listen to me. Beaumont. Now those two cars, some problems. Not Beaumont, Blakewell's. Beg your pardon. Oh, the Aston Martin back in the pit lane. Is that for a refuel? Little refuel there. Michael Stephen is out the car. Paul Hill is going to get back in the car to finish the race. Michael Stephen thinks he's done enough to keep Paul Hill and the Calix Aston Martin in second place. Paul gets in the car. Are they going to do a tyre change? I don't think it'll be required because those wet weather tyres usually last quite long in wet conditions. And we've had very wet conditions here today in the second half of the race. So Paul Hill being helped out by Michael Stephen to get into the car, get strapped in and ready to go. Oh yeah. Is there a possibility of a safety car as well that might need to be deployed here? I'm not quite sure. It's not really in a dangerous position, although when you look at how many cars have gone off down the bottom end of Cocobana, it could be deemed to be a dangerous position. So we'll wait and see if the safety car, safety car has been deployed. So as we come back into the race action here at the Bigfoot Express Freight 700, we have got a safety car being deployed yet again. It's about the 12th safety car we've had. Haval have been working double time today. It's due to the fact that on the right hand side of Cocobana there, on the exit point, is the Right Motorsport Sports 2000 that's been pulled to the sideline. You can see the Haval H2 picks up on the Ferrari of Patamba and Scorer, and the course car goes and assists with the recovery of the Right Motorsport machine. In the meantime, I know that my good friend from True Race, Vanna Hinop, has given us a quick synopsis of what's happened so far. Let's go and have a look at some of the highlights of today's racing. With the start, first of all, a great start coming out of Stuart White, who led things out on Michael Stephen, trying to go with him on the inside, but around the outside, Silvio Scrivanti just kept them honest and maintained how they qualified going into the infamous Potter's Pass here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. It was a great start to the race for Mike McLaughlin in fourth place, tucked in behind the top 3 as they went down to Cocobana for the very first time and then went to push it to the limit into the first part of the race. Behind that, it was James Forbes and De Matteo. Good start from the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche of Sun Mudley, and behind that, Besaidenote and Hack in the Polo. From there, we got into the thick of it, and of course, the race started to unfold. The top 3 started to get away ever so slightly from everybody else out in the race, and they've basically been dominating and staying at the front end almost since the word go. It was Harry Arangis that would eventually come through and up into second place to take second in the hour endurance race, and he was pushing it to the limit to try and stay with the Porsche of Bigfoot Express Races Bigfoot Express Freight's son Mudley. Richard Ritz had a couple of moments going off track and onto the kart circuit. He was just having some problems with the brakes on his Cobra and had to come in on a few occasions. Then we had to deal with not only the Mother Nature coming down in terms of the rain, but Mother Nature in terms of the monkey running across and just taking his own life at a big risk in the part of the race. Richard Ritz once again battling with brakes down into the kart circuit. Had to come onto the kart circuit and eventually got back on track and got those brakes all sorted out. Had to go back into pit lane and hand back to Steve Clark. They've shared that role all day long, and the Maximo team getting it all together. From there, it was all about action with Di Matteo spinning out with the rain coming down, and the rain has continued to stay with us as we continue racing under the safety car right now. But Di Matteo was the first of many to spin down at Cochabana Corner and started a kind of a trend down there. Straight after that, under safety car, a big moment for one of the Cobras right behind the H2 Haval from Edenvale Haval. And it didn't quite work out there, but fortunately didn't go into the back end and do a cold trickle on everybody. But it was very, very close on that. On the restart, though, in the rain, a big spin out from Rudy Barnard and Mackie Adlam's car, which nearly cost a couple of drivers a chance of finishing up the race. Fortunately, everybody missed out. And then, of course, we had a couple of very expensive lawnmowers down at Cochabana as well, with another backdraft Cobra going off. And then about 3 seconds later, the big Ferrari having to go and cut some grass down in the bottom end of Cochabana. That's what things have looked like so far in this race. We then had another Cobra going off, and just behind that, and which has caused our current situation in terms of the safety car, it's the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000 that pulls just to the sideline and out of harm's way. And unfortunately, that's brought out our Haval safety car one more time. And we're still under safety car conditions right now, looking to get to the end of the race, which will be in about 40 odd minutes time. So back live into Cochabana. Car's just taking it easily at this stage. I'm not sure if the safety car is back in. Car 36 looks like it may have had to pull out due to some issues there, and it is the Wright Motorsport machine. So Wright Motorsport out of this race. That's a pity for them because they're contenders in the overall championship, and they were looking good as well in the Index of Performance Championship too. So big pity there for Gerald Wright and Dean Wilson. Philip Mayer, of course, their teammate this weekend, the three of them having a great time of it, but unfortunately didn't quite go according to plan like it has at the previous 2 rounds of this championship. Yellow flag still waving down there, and the safety car board is still out, which means that we haven't gone to green flag just yet. I think they're trying to recover with the course car from Haval, the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000 back into pit lane. This is going to be very tricky to the end, with the possibilities here, of course, of the rain staying with us right until the end, and wet conditions to the end, of course. Now we've also got cars lining up, and as we saw on the last restart, after a safety car scenario in the wet, it makes it a little bit tricky to get off the line, and guys are going to have to be wary that their tires are cooling off. And even though they are wet weather tires, they still need a bit of heat in them to give them the ability to stay adhesive to the surface that we're playing on today. There is the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000. It's in the pit box, but I'm not sure if it's going to make its way back onto track. Cobras, Polos, line astern, BMW looking at the top end of the index of performance, that BMW so far, and then it's car 1 and car 3 overall in the standings that have just gone through the shot right there. McLaughlin and JP Bredenham trying to make up some ground now with the safety car scenario. It's a good time to try and make up the ground. Look how tricky the conditions are right now. That's kind of what you'd be seeing if you've got a visor on. The safety car pulls into pit lane, and if you're in an open cockpit, this is the kind of vision you're going to have as we restart yet again the Bigfoot Express Freight 700 here at East London Grand Prix Circuit in South Africa on the Eastern Cape. Across the line, everybody trying to stay out of harm's way, just trying to survive the next couple of minutes. Only a couple of minutes to go. Simon Thiessen's just joined us as well. Big welcome to the man from East London and Thiessen Generators. It's a bummer that you're not racing, man. I'd love to have seen you here. We've got green flags all around the circuit again to start the proceedings and hopefully take us right to the checkered flag now. That's the plan, if everybody can behave themselves. But does that happen in endurance racing? No, not usually. Ooh, nearly a big moment there. Oh, one of the lead cars coming through. I think it was Aston Martin that just avoided one of the Cobras. Is that Wade Van Zimmerman that he had to avoid? Yes, it was. Wade Van Zimmerman nearly coming to grips with the Aston Martin going into gate corner. Michael Steven just forcing his way through there, and Wade Van Zimmerman getting a big fright as Michael Steven put the big V12 Vantage. And a similar situation, wow, for Charles Orangis. The 11 car getting completely out of shape there. The Smugglers Racing car of Quinton Lessing. And I think that is Quinton Lessing at the wheel right now, as opposed to, no, it's Darren Goodman's. Darren Goodman's at the wheel right now. Getting a big moment coming into gate corner as the lead car came through on him. Yeah. Both top two competitors with concerns, I would have to say. Ferrari down the beach straight. There's the replay. You can see Michael Steven forcing his way past Wade Van Zimmerman. Very lucky to avoid that. But as we stay with the replay, watch as they came in here. Look at this. Aranji's diving on the inside, and as he does that, there is the catch. And nearly looped out by Darren Goodmans. Lucky to survive that one in the tread tyres machine. So Aston Martin onto the beach straight with Michael Steven, in fact with Paul Hill, I beg your pardon, at the wheel. So it was Paul Hill that was forcing his way through there on Wade Van Zimmerman. Unbelievable stuff for Ferrari coming through now just ahead of the Cobras. And then it's, I think, both of the Polos that are onto the beach straight as well. Could be the Mini and the Polo. With the lights on right now, makes it very difficult for us to try and spot these cars. As I said, you've got to wait for those silhouettes to come in. It is the Polo GTC Super Cup car ahead of the Mini. That's for, of course, first and second in Class B. Third overall, still in the hands. No, in fact, third overall is not in the hands of Andrew Colbert. Colbert is probably going to pit lane during that safety car scenario and has moved to fourth behind Saul Hack, who's now up to third. Can you believe it? Team Perfect Circle are into third place in a Polo GTI Super Cup car. That's one position higher than they finished up in Port Elizabeth. An absolutely incredible drive so far from the Team Perfect Circle drivers. We got a spinner coming out of the right hand. I think that might be the 20 car. And picking up on the 20 car there, that is the Maximo Racing one of Kurt Bakewell and Ryan Bakewell. I think that might be Kurt Bakewell who just looped out there, coming out of the complex. I don't know if it's going to require a safety car scenario. And we were looking at a replay here. I was just getting some information from Gary van der Spey. And 61 walking away, that's Lonica Martins. Lonica Martins walking away from her Cobra, who's parked on the sideline. So Lonica Martins and Ishmael Peck out of this one as well. It is that time of the day. The attrition rate is relatively high in the South African Endurance Series at this point of the race, with about half an hour to go. And we've seen it in the past 2 rounds of 2020, and we've seen it in the past rounds of 2019 season as well. That Cobra has cried no more. Lonica is okay. There's no problem with her. She walked away from the car and out of harm's way quickly. But unfortunately, it means another safety car. That is 13 safety cars, if my count is correct. Lonica walking away, headed back to pit lane. Gonna probably try and get a lift from somebody if she can, and make her way back down to the Stradale Motorsport team. Just double checking that no cars were coming before she crossed the circuit to get to the inside of the track to get back to pit lane. So under safety car now, we've got Arunji's Hill. Saul Hack is in 3rd place with Andre Besaidenote. That is an incredible drive from Team Perfect Circle. Andrew Colbert in 4th. Kusi Veyers is 5. McLaughlin is up to 6. A good recovery there from McLaughlin and Brienheim to 6th place. Clark and Richard Rutz back into 7th. Torius and Badnik are 8th. Taylor and Morgan on 9th. And De Matteo is in 10th place there. Sean White, Simon Murray, Brett Robertson, thanks for joining us here in the last half an hour of the race. As you can see, things starting to pick up here big time. And the attrition rate is the biggest climber here at this point in an endurance race. It's the last half an hour, and this is where things tend to and usually go wrong. And look at that. That is a massive moment. That is the lead car, Arunji's in pit lane, with massive damage on the left front. The Lamborghini has got some huge damage and looks like it could be terminal. Coming into the pit box. And Arunji's with a problem there. We'll go back to that camera, just picking up with a bit of dropout because of the weather conditions. But as soon as we get that picture back again, we'll bring you back to that action. But Arunji's looks like that could be terminal. I was just talking about the attrition rate. There it is again. We just got a flash of it. And I wonder if they're going to be able to get that car back on track. That is a massive turnaround here with half an hour to go. It means Paul Hill and Michael Stephen could possibly get into the lead of this race. Heading into the closing stages there. There it is. We've got the link back again. And the Lamborghini's got some big damage. That is not what you want to see at this point of the race, and unfortunately we're not seeing it. We're battling a little bit for that link. It's the weather conditions that we are battling with here as well, ladies and gents. Taylor and Morgan's car making its way back on the track. Couple of guys coming in for a quick splash and dash and final check to make sure that everything's okay. But it is certainly not the way we wanted to end this race. Look at that. Left front damage on the car. And is that going to be the end of the race here for Stradale Motorsport, and the possibility of 3 out of 3 going into this round? They won the first one, they won the second one, they were comfortably in the lead for the third one, and with almost half an hour or just under half an hour to go, it looks like they might be boxing that Lamborghini Huracan GT3. What a turnaround. Who expected that? Certainly not this commentator, I can tell you, because these guys have been basically bomb-proof for the last 2 rounds, and throughout this race have maintained the same thing. I wonder what's gone wrong and what happened there with Arunji's. Paul Hill has now got himself back onto the same lap and is about to come and unlap himself and take the lead of this race, with Arunji's having to go into the pit box. You can see the disappointment there on Stuart White. He was starting to push the car and he just walked away. He cannot believe the luck the team has had here. It's all gone their way from the start of the season with 2 victories, and now could this be the end? I think it is. I think that is a very good possibility that could be the end of the day's racing there for Oranges and White. Watching for the Aston Martin to come across the line. Now, hopefully he has already crossed the line and possibly taken the lead. Or does he need to do one more lap? Has he just brought himself back onto the same lap? I'm just double checking there. I don't want to get that one wrong, but I think he's on the same lap now and he has to come through to still take the lead of the race, which is going to happen because that car is in the pit box and I don't think it's going to come back out again. Wow, who expected that? As I said, definitely not me. I was not looking to see that kind of action in the latter part of this race. We stay under safety car. As I said, you know what? The damage on the front there with Oranges and Stuart White's car is indicative of what I was saying earlier on the possibility of trying to find a way through on a back marker and a back marker coming into play. And if that was the case, there's a very good possibility that could be done. I know that my good friend Paul Bedford was down there. Hang on 1 second, I'll try and get that information fed through to me. Of course, Paul Bedford, the photographer and a man who's going to be doing the race report after this, has just come and fed me the information. What actually happened was the Lambo was coming down on the back end of a Cobra, and on braking, the side shaft broke. And as Charles went to engage the gears to drop down, the car went sliding and unfortunately had no control and hit the back of a Cobra. I'm not quite sure which Cobra he hit, but that's the damage that's been caused on the front left. So that car is definitely out. They are not going to be able to fix that one in time and get it back out for a potential podium. And that is such disappointment and bad luck there for Stradale Motorsport. They were in for a 3 out of 3 and a perfect start to the season. But it looks like they're going to drop by the wayside. We'll still get them classified because they're still quite high up in terms of the laps that they finished. Remember, they've completed more laps than anybody else other than Michael Stephen and Paul Hill now, who have just taken the lead of the race. As you can see there from Oranges going to second with the graphic at the bottom, courtesy of True Race. But, beg your pardon, also take into account that even though they won't finish up, I want to see if we can maybe get laps completed there as well, Van, if we can. I just want to see if there's enough time, and are we going to see that Polo of Team Perfect Circle move to second? No, I don't think there's enough time. They've got six laps to make up in 24 minutes under safety car. They might do it, eh? Yeah, they might do it. We're going to see Clark and Richard Ritz possibly catch McLaughlin, and we're going to possibly see Colbert in the Porsche. Safety car possibly going to be coming in on this one. So let's stand by for the resumption of the last 23 minutes of racing. Oh, if you're watching on Facebook, you didn't expect this to be happening, I'm sure. Remember as well that to be classified in this event, I mentioned it earlier on in the start of the race, I mentioned it halfway through as well. In order to be classified, you have to pass the start-finish line under your own power. So you can't be stuck anywhere in the circuit or off circuit or in the pit box to be classified, which means Oranges is then designated as a DNF. Am I correct? Yo, can you believe that? I didn't think of that actually. I was thinking about how many laps they've completed, and even though they've completed the second most amount of laps out of everybody, they have to still cross the finish line under their own power to be classified. And that means that they're going to be designated and did not finish a DNF. Motorsport is a cruel game. It really is. But it makes for such drama, and we love drama. It's proper good drama. And here comes my good friend and COC, Eric Schultz, to give me more drama. Hang tight, I'll be with you now. So yeah, the COC, Eric Schultz, just coming in there and confirming what Paul Bedford said a little bit earlier on. Side shaft braking on the car, under the gear down, unfortunately slid into the back end of a Cobra and out of contention. And out of the race, completely, for Oranges and Stuart White. That's such bad luck. The rain has stopped by the looks of it, and I can see that we don't have. We still got wet weather conditions, but the rain has actually stopped. I think it's just a light drizzle now compared to the heavy rain we had earlier on, which means we've got 21 minutes to try and get this race completed and see what happens. Yeah, it is sad, and it's of course a big shame, but that is motorsport and how cruel this game can be. Paul Hill and Michael Stephen, on their return to the South African Endurance Series, could potentially be taking the victory here. Andrew Colbert will be second, and Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout will be third. That is absolutely mind-blowing. And, well, we sit and wait and see as to what else can happen here in the closing stages of this third round of the South African Endurance Series. Championship standings, look at that. Charles Arunges was on a perfect score. Franco Di Matteo is still out there and circulating, so could close things down there on Arunges. Brian Morgan and Donovan Taylor are definitely going to close things down on Di Matteo. Roots and Clark will be moving up slightly. Stuart White's going to lose points. Mayer, Dean Wilson and Wright are out. Angel and Angel are out. James Forbes is out. Edwin and Barent Pretorius are out. Colbert and Son Moodley will move up. Budnick and Pretorius will move up. Besaidnout and Saul Hack will move up. Liebenberg and Machotzi no longer involved. They only did the first round. Creel and Kusi Veyers will move up. Marius Roberts only did the second round, so he'll be moving down. Brad Scorer will move up. Brian Martin will move up. And Harm Pretorius will move up. That's how things will change slightly in the overall standings for this championship. Yes, Colin Kane, it is the Paul Hill and Michael Stephen Kalex Aston Martin V12 Vantage that leads things out now, as Arunges has put the Lamborghini into the back of one of the Cobras after a side shaft blew, and on the gear down went into the back of the Cobra and out of the race. He's still coming up on the timing monitor, but remember that's because he's completed more laps than the other cars behind him, but he has to get across the line under his own propulsion to be classified at the end of the day's racing. So it means that Charles Arunges is actually just in second place for now until the end of the race and the classification is done correctly. But it's Colbert who's second and Saul Hack who is third. Veyers into 4, 5 is McLaughlin, Clark is 6, 7 is Pretorius and Budnick, Di Matteo and Sartori in 8, 9 is Taylor and Morgan, and 10th place will be Brendan Smith. Still some action to happen though, with 19 minutes to go. Wow, we have had a day of note here in the South African Endurance Series Championship, Round 3, the Bigfoot Express Freight 700 in East London on the east coast of South Africa. And if you're joining us from all around the world, a big welcome to you. And for the last 19 minutes of action, it's yours truly, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, bringing you all the action here, courtesy of True Race and ILEV on the South African Endurance Series Facebook page and ILEV Facebook page as well. Cross-posted and shared, of course, as many times as possible. That's what we're hoping that all of you have done. Liked and shared it and passed it on to all your friends and tell them about what's happening in South Africa in endurance racing. Paul Rackberger, unfortunately, I don't know which Cobra it was, so we haven't got confirmation as to which Cobra was involved in that incident. As soon as I get that, I will definitely pass that information on. If I look, I've got the top 20 there. I don't think any of those Cobras are being affected by that. I think it might be one of the back marker Cobras. You can go to the 21 to 25 for me there, please, Vanna. We can maybe work out. I'm kind of thinking, no, it could possibly be Monica Martin's car. It could possibly be Monica Martin's car, I think, that was the incident, which is why she's on the sideline and walked away from her car. So, Paul, I don't have confirmation on it, but contemplating what we saw on the overall results there and how things are standing so far, I would say the good possibility it was Monica Martin's Cobra that ended up, unfortunately, coming together with her teammate, because that car, of course, is prepared by Stradale Motorsport. 17 minutes to go, 127 laps completed now for Paul Hill and Michael Stephen. Second place, still Arunges, but of course he'll fall by the wayside because it's, is that? Okay, hang on a second, something just changed up there dramatically. So Colbert has dropped down to 4th and Hack and Besaidnout are up into 3rd. which puts them second overall. What happened there? I don't know what happened there. There's definitely a change up there, and I'm not quite sure how that happened, but we've definitely got a change up for second overall. It's not Oranges, even though it says it's Oranges on the timing monitor, but remember, in order to be classified in this race, you have to... And now I've got a guy running across the circuit. So, confirmation of that in terms of what happened with the Oranges Lamborghini, once again being given to me by Gary van der Spey there from ILEB, but also passing on information about the Scribantes. Some water got into the alternator and caused havoc with the electronics in that car, and that's why they've had to pull out of this one and also will not get classified. Big pity there for them. So it's now Hack and Besaidnote into second, behind the Aston Martin V12 Vantage of Hill and Stephen. Colbert down to fourth behind Saul Hack. I wonder if Andrew Colbert's just trying to nurse that Porsche home, doesn't want to have any issues at this point in time. And maybe just allowing the more aggressive driver, Saul Hack, in the Polo to get through and get away. There you go. Al, I hope I gave you the answer to that question. It's the Scribantes that had an issue with the alternator with some water getting into it and causing havoc with the electronics, so they're out of this one. So here comes the Aston Martin onto the beach straight, and we see Saul Hack going into the complex. So Paul Hill is going to take another lap onto Hack and Besaidnote, but they won't be worried about that. They are just pushing to see if they can get that car into second place overall. Because even though the timing monitor says the Lamborghini is still second, when we do the classification afterwards, and they haven't crossed the line because they haven't gone and taken the checkered flag itself under self-propulsion, they will be dropping out of that second place position, which is on the timing monitor on the left-hand side right now. So that's how it stands according to race monitor, but of course, according to the rules, it'll be Hill, Hack, Colbert, your top three. And that is just a huge, huge turnaround here for this category. It's the only Polo Cup, Super Cup car that's racing here, but there are about 9 of them. So if the rest of the Super Cup category competitors see what this car's capabilities are, maybe we'll see them down at Desi's Raceway for the next round of this championship. And possibly down even in Cape Town for the final round. This BMW's been incredible today. It's Rob Green, Sean Gradwell and Sean Valance who are looking for a possibility of the win in the Index of Performance class. And at this point in time, they are sitting just outside the top 20. But also, as I said, looking for Index of Performance and staying as consistent and more consistent than anybody else out on the circuit. Okay, they've dropped out of that ever so slightly, so thanks for that, Van. There you go. Index of Performance now still in the hands of Pretorius and Budnick. Botma and Forbes are out, so they'll probably also fall out of that Index of Performance. Hack and Besaidnote second. So the battle for Class B is also the battle for Index of Performance, which is pretty impressive stuff too. Lamborghini out, which means it's now Stradale Motorsports and Calix Aston Martin of Hill and Stephen who leads out with 12 minutes to go. Big welcome to Henny van der Linde and Gert Pretorius and to Terry joining us here in the closing stages of what has been a dramatic and action-packed third round of the South African Endurance Series 2020. If you have just joined us, it's Paul Hill that leads things out in the Aston Martin after the demise of Charles Oranges, and they're now officially on the timing monitor. Saul Hack and Besaidnote into second place. Oranges down to third. Colbert and Moodley into fourth, but of course that'll be converted into a third by the time the timing is all sorted out. Veyers will be fourth. McLaughlin 5. Steve Clark and Rachel 6. Chris Pretorius and Budnick will be in 7th. 8th place will be Frank Animatone. 9th place, Donovan Taylor and Brian Morgan. And Wade Van Zimmeren and Claire Vale will be the top 10. Wind is still blowing here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. The rain is just like a sort of a fine mist. It's not really a full set of rain right now, but the reason you're seeing windscreen wipers on the cars going is as they're passing cars, they're of course getting the spray coming up off the car that they're passing or that they're closing in on. And that means that it's going to be 11 minutes of survival right now. There is third place and first place. Linus Stern, in fact, running in the correct order there. The lead car is the Aston and the Porsche in third. McLaughlin still looking to possibly catch and pass Kersey Veyers. Veyers, Robin Creel and Steon Creel are in a backdraft Cobra. It's the Class E class car. And of course, Mike McLaughlin is in the supercharged Lexus powered machine of GT4's category cars in the backdraft stable. Slightly more powerful. Big wing on the back, different setup capabilities of those cars as well, so not quite the same as the customer cars that Tony Martin has built here for Class E and the Backdraft Championship. Those two, of course, are the cars we're talking about. There's two prime examples. Percy Veyers closing in. He's the 5th place car. Bucketless car on his tail is Chris Pretorius, and Mike McLaughlin can't be too far behind them, and being slightly bogged down there by the 11 car of who's at the wheel of that car right now? Just trying to remember. Wade Van Zimmeren. So the rain stopped, the wind still blows, but the track is still wet. Starting to dry in areas, but it's not completely dry, and it'll probably mean that they'll have to be wary of tire wear right now, because wet weather tires, when the track starts to dry, tend to get eaten up rapidly. But there's enough water, I think, around to get everybody to the end of the race without having too much of an issue. Ferrari down the beach straight, followed by Brian Morgan and Taylor. I think it's Donovan Taylor at the wheel right now. Yes, it is. He's in 9th place overall. 10th on your timing monitor, but that's only because we're waiting for Charles Rungies to be designated a DNF. Some damage on this Cobra as well, again, just behind that. Not quite sure what the number on that second Cobra was, but there's a little bit of damage on the side of that car, and I wonder if that might have been the car that was involved in the incident with the Lamborghini. It's not that one. Wait for the third car to come through the shot. You'll see a bit of damage on the grey Cobra coming out of the complex. The next one in shot should be Brian Morgan, where we go to Paul Hill coming in. Paul Hill in the pit lane. What has gone wrong here? This is not a scheduled stop, that is for sure. Michael Stephen runs out to find out what the issue is. Charles Rungies, of course, the man behind it is behind Stradale Motorsport, is going, what is going on here? We cannot get you in here at this point in time. Is there a possibility that the Aston Martin's got a problem? Alright, so he's come in for a stop of some nature. I'm not quite sure what the stop was there. Maybe just to double check that everything is okay, but also got to be taking into account he's 2 minutes out of the pit lane window. At 5 minutes to go, they shut pit lane, and no one can get in and out of pit lane. He was very lucky to come in at that point and not get stopped. Not quite sure what was the issue there, but certainly a lot. Oh, the Wright Motorsport car has just gone and parked on the exit of Cochabana again. So Gerald Wright, Dean Wilson, and Philip Mayer have had a nightmare of a day today. It's a bummer for those guys, because that car, as I said earlier on, is usually a bomb-proof machine. Will we need a safety car though? And are we going to finish under safety car? That's not what I was hoping for. That is for sure. But there it is. There's a very good possibility that we may be finishing under safety car. We'll wait and see if that car is deemed to be in a safe position or not. Big pack of cars coming out of Cochabana. Inside was the Team Perfect Circle Polo Super Cup car in amongst the Cobras. This is the car I was talking about. That, of course, is Brandon Dean. Brandon Dean's car. And he's unfortunately got a bit of battle scars on that machine of his. As Paul Hill gets through and passed on him. So I'm not quite sure if there's going to be a need for a safety car, but that's not my call. We'll wait and see. It's just a yellow flag down into Cochabana at this point. And I don't think they're going to deploy those safety cars. They're just going to keep a waved yellow into Cochabana. All the cars have now seen the stricken car on the left-hand side, so they'll be well aware of where that car is parked with only a couple of minutes to go. So the laps tick by. 133 completed now by, make that 134 by Michael Stephen and Paul Hill. Lapping in the 48s, just taking it very easy now to bring it home. They've got a 5-lap advantage over Hack and Besaidenote. Story of the day though, Hack and Besaidenote in that Volkswagen Motorsport Polo GTI from Super Cup class. That is just a huge, huge win for the class first of all, and of course for the series. As I said, if this is the only car of the 9 that are still racing, those other 9 cars surely need to look at coming to Desi's Raceway to be part and parcel of the 4th round of this championship and be in the hunt for the front of the race, because that's exactly what they're in right now. Absolutely mind-blowing stuff here. I'm going to actually just send a message quickly if I can get it on my phone in time and just give the boss man from Volkswagen Motorsport, Mike Rowe, a heads up. I'm going to do it live on air so that it goes as well. Michael Rowe, you are live on air at the South African Endurance Series 2020 Round 3, the Bigfoot Express Freight 700. And I hope that you get this message, because your boys are sitting in 2nd place overall in the Polo GTI Super Cup car. Hack and Besaidenote in with a chance of finishing 2nd overall. Make sure that you pick up on all the action on ILEB or on the South African Endurance Race Facebook page. Let's see if he picks it up. Maybe we'll get Mike Rowe to join us there in the last part of the race. If he's not already there, I can't see everybody, of course, who's on there right now. So, we have got a battle of notes here. And this is a fantastic battle. Close contact here between Budnick and one of the Cobras, but very lucky to avoid it there. The two of them now just going to try and keep it line astern heading into the closing stages. We've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Unbelievable turn of events here, that is for sure. Paul Hill and Michael Stephen in the Aston Martin make a welcome return to the South African Endurance Series and could potentially be the top car by the time the checkered flag comes out. Second car on track right now is Saul Hack and Andre Besaidenote. Mind-blowing to think that a global touring car, GTC Super Cup car, is in 2nd overall in the South African Endurance Series. Behind them, it is the hard charge coming out of Colbert and coming out of Sun Mudley. Mudley's already won the 1 hour endurance race earlier on. But that car, again, is going to be 3rd overall in the South African Endurance Series Championship. I've got Mike Rose sending me a message back again. So I'm hoping to see that we have a little bit of fun and games here into the closing stages. Let's see whether or not he's actually on there. I don't know what his response is. I'm going to go off air quickly and just hear what his response is before I go live. Oh, that is fantastic to hear. Thanks, Mike. Sending me a voice message on the return of the message I just sent to him. He said he's sitting on the edge of his couch in Port Elizabeth right now, holding everything, holding thumbs, holding fingers, holding everything possible to see this incredible finish. And it could even be a formation finish here, because this is the leader and second place on the back straight, onto the beach straight now with 1 minute and 36 seconds to go. So I would say there's going to possibly be one more lap for these guys to complete. It's going to be Paul Hill and Saul Hack who are going to finish first and second overall, with Andrew Culbert in the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche coming onto the beach straight as well. So they are literally going to be within about 15 or 20 seconds of each other crossing the line, and they're still going to have probably one more lap to go after this one. So some work still to be done here, but it's only 1 minute to go. Andrew Culbert in third place again for Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche, and Son Moodley and himself are going to do themselves a great bit of duty here to move up in the championship overall. They've got 2 third places in 2 races that they participated in. One was down in Port Elizabeth. This time out, it's in East London, their home track. And they're going to be absolutely ecstatic to be on the podium. There's no doubt about it. So the leaders have crossed the line and started their final lap. And the final lap now for what is an epic finish to a fantastic day's racing. It really has been top class. Paul Hill and Michael Stephen looking for the victory. Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout looking for second overall. That is just an absolutely mind-blowing achievement there for that car. It's a Polo, for goodness sake. A Super Cup Polo GTI built down in Port Elizabeth at Volkswagen Motorsport, South Africa's factory, and already into contention. They finished 4th in the second round. They've gone 2 better this time to finish up possibly in second place with half a lap to go. And you can see Paul Hill has backed out slightly, and he's going to give it a formation flyer here for Team Perfect Circle and the Aston Martin. They're just taking it real easy. They don't want to have to do another lap. That's the other reason he's backed out. He knows it's going to be amazing stuff here. But here we go, to the line. It's the Calyx Aston Martin V12 Vantage, prepared by Stradale Motorsport, piloted by Paul Hill and Michael Stephen. Behind that, it's Team Perfect Circle, Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout in the Volkswagen Motorsport machine, coming out of Global Touring Cars, GTCs, and the Super Cup category, which hasn't even had its debut race, and they're already participating at National Championships Endurance Series level here. The flag is on standby. They're waiting for that Aston Martin to come around the final corner. The checkered flag is going to be waved here, and it's a win for Paul Hill and Michael Stephen, with Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout coming through for second place. Mike Rowe, congratulations there. An amazing job there from that team. And congratulations, of course, to your team for prepping all 9. Go and tell your friends about us now, Mike. Tell the rest of those Polo Cup, Super Cup cars to come and play with us here at the South African Endurance Series. Third place, it's Andrew Culbert and Son Moodley, who come across the line to take the checkered flag. And third place overall. A great drive there from Kusi Vaz and Mike McLaughlin. They'll be 4th and 5th. Chris Pretorius has already crossed the line. He'll be 2nd in Class B, behind Hack and Besaidnout. And Pretorius and Budnick will share the podium there for Class B honours, and possibly even taken the index of performance as well. We'll wait for that confirmation a bit later on. Crossing the line as well as Brendan Smith and Brandon Dean. They've taken the checkered flag. We're now waiting for Kusi Veyers to come through. He'll be taking 4th place overall. McLaughlin will be in 5th. And of course Steve Clark and Rechard Rutz will be in 6th place, which will give them 2nd place. And there goes Veyers now, crossing the line. And you can see happiness on the sideline there for the Creel family as well. Robin Creel and Stian Creel, Veyers' teammate. McLaughlin comes through for Backdraft Cobra, and he'll be there as well. Steve comes through ahead, or just behind him there, Steve Clark and Rechard Rutz. So we'll try and give you the confirmation of course, all of the action. In fact, Steve Clark's still coming to the line. He'll be the next Cobra to come through out of Beacon Corner and take the checkered flag and round up our top 10. We'll then give you the top 10, hopefully give you some of the index of performance as well as we cross the line and complete what has been an epic 4-hour endurance race here of round 3 of the South African Endurance Series 2020. Mind-blowing stuff. I can't believe it. Yes, Michael Rowe, it was amazing. And they've stepped it up even 2 positions higher. So just waiting for True Race to give me the unofficial result of the race, and of course hopefully with the classes in there too, so we can run through those categories all in one. But we certainly hope you've enjoyed all of the action here, and congratulations going out from everybody around the world who's joined us today, and a big thank you from our side for joining us here at East London Grand Prix Circuit in the Eastern Cape. Well done to Daryl and his team of cameramen. They did an incredible job to bring you all the action. We do appreciate the amount of effort that's put in there from their side, Paul Bedford, and from Gary from a space point of view for bringing us all the information from downstairs and some stills. And of course, True Races, Vanna Hinop, for assisting us with the graphics and the package that we've put out together. There you go. Confirmation, unofficially, of course, of the finishing results. It's Paul Hill and Michael Stephen in the Aston Martin Vantage who finish up at the top end and win out GT3 as well. Saul Hack and Andre Besaidenote will take Class B honours, but they'll be second overall as well for the Volkswagen Super Cup Polo GTI. Andrew Colbert in the 997 Porsche will be partnering there with his teammate, Sun Moodley, who won the hour endurance race, and they finish up on the podium and the win in GT4 SA as well. Kusiveas takes Class E with Stian Kriel and Robin Kriel, his teammates, and they are fourth overall on the day. GT5 goes to Mike McLaughlin in the big backdraft Cobra there with his teammate JP Breenham. It's Steve Clark and Richard Rutz who finished second in Class E for sixth overall on the day. Chris Pretorius second with Chris Budnick in the Mini Cooper S. That's the John Cooper Works bucket list racing machine of Budnick and Pretorius. They're seventh place overall, but second in Class Bs. The winning Class S competitor is Franco Di Matteo, who does his championship a lot of good, because a win in Class S will move Franco Di Matteo a lot closer to Charles Ranges, who unfortunately, as you can see, is only classified down in 9th place with Stuart White, but that could possibly even be lower by the time that they are removed with a DNF, because they have to pass and take the checkered flag to be classified completely in the South African Endurance Race Series. So Di Matteo and Romano Sartori finishing in 8th place in the 27 Ligier. 10th place is Donovan Taylor and Brian Morgan, and that's a good job from them. It'll be third in Class E for them, and the two of them will also start to see themselves move up possibly into second place or close to second places, Franco Di Matteo for the overall championship. Wade Van Zimmerman and Claire Val finish up in 11th place. Brendan Smith in 12th place with Darren Goodman's just behind that. Sean Gradwell in the BMW also looked good for the index of performance, and it's Ellison and Jedi in 15th and Brandon Dean in 16th place as that gets wrapped up for the top 16. If we're going to go to the bottom, I'll give you those as well. Otherwise, we might just go to the index of performance. There we go. 17th place is Trevor Bland and Cara Hill. It's Mackie Adlam and Rudy Barnard in 18th place, ahead of Franco Scribanti and Silvio Scribanti, who finish up in 19th. Byron Pretorius and Edward there in 20th. Rion Botma and James Forbes in 21st place, with Brad Scorer and Mikael Batumba in the Ferrari in 22nd. Ryan and Kurt Bakewell in 23rd, ahead of Brian Martin and Tony Martin in 24. Ishmael Peck and Lonica Martins in 25. Dean Wilson, DNF there, unfortunately, there for the Sports 2000. Harry Arangi, second place overall in what has been an incredible race. And of course, we're now going to go to some highlights quickly before we wrap things up. Let's run through the highlights of what happened here at the East London Grand Prix Circuit and round 3 of the South African Endurance Series, the Bigfoot Express Freight 700. Things started off nicely for the top 3. They basically crossed the line and went down into Potter's Pass, the infamous Potter's Pass, for the first time, led out by Stuart White. Round the outside was Silvio Scribanti, and slotting into third place with Michael Stephen, was right on their tail, the big backdraft Cobra of Mike McLaughlin. Behind that was the two Ligiers, led out initially by James Forbes and Franco Di Matteo. And as they headed down to Cochabana, just on their tail was a battle royal between some saloon cars. One of them, notably, the car who finished second overall today, and that is the Team Perfect Circle Polo Cup, Super Cup car of Besaidenote and Hack. He was in the mix there with Harry Arangis, Rechard Rutz in the mix as well, and then, of course, Solila Letlaka in the McLaren, also initially at the front end of the race, doing a super job, and would eventually finish up in the top 5 for the hour endurance race earlier on. And by the time that hour endurance race had finished up, it was a big battle that was expected. Already pressure being applied early on from Harry Arangis to get through there on Hack. Hack was good on the brakes, though, kept him out for a while, but the Padgett Racing and Sodale Lamborghini Gallardo would eventually make its way through and get up ahead. But of course, he was only out there for the hour as well, and Harry Arangis had an absolute blast. Speaking of having a blast, Rechard Rutz was one of the guys who was giving us some spectacular off-track excursions. Was one of the two. And speaking of off-track excursions and crossing the track, were some absolutely mental monkeys out there. Vivid monkeys on the beat straight were a concern right through the day. And the monkeys were starting to put a bit of a gremlin into this car as well, as Steve Clark and Richard Ritz were battling with that car's brakes into gate corner. Franco de Matteo looping out the Ligier, but eventually he would finish up, as I said, and complete the day's racing. De Matteo finishing up in just inside the top 10 there in 8th place, but that was after that loop out down at Cochabana, and the Ligier had to come back from a long way back. Other cars getting out of shape there, right behind the safety car, one of the drifting machines there out of Backdraft Cobra Racing. Fortunate not to go into the back and cold trickle the pace car, but very, very lucky to survive that one. Another man lucky to survive was Rudy Barnard on the restart, who looped out coming out of a beacon corner and managed just to avoid all the cars coming through there trying to overtake on the restart. Then we had some very expensive lawnmowers down into Cochabana. It was the Cobra that went off first, followed very closely by the 360 Challenge Ferrari of Mikel and Brad Scorer. So Patamba and Scorer cutting the grass, and a couple of other Cobras also making their way onto the sidelines on numerous occasions. Speaking of numerous occasions, 3 times the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000 parked exactly where that car is right now, and on the 3rd time, unfortunately, couldn't get back on track. So Dean Wilson, Philip Mayer, and Gerald Wright out of the race with some gremlins in that car, which is not the normal way of doing things. Big moments in the latter part of the race as well for the leader, as Paul Hill came in and had to try and avoid some Cobra action into gate corner. And then not too far behind him, the leader at that stage, Charles Orangi, is also having to take evasive action and miss out on one of the cars coming through there of Darren Goodman's. Then the biggest news of the event was a broken side shaft on the Lamborghini, leading by a comfortable 5 laps. And unfortunately went into the back of one of the Cobras. We think it may have been Nonica Martins' car. And that brought Stradale Motorsports' opportunity of 3 out of 3 to a very, very disappointing finish. Close action right the way through in the tricky conditions. And the man who would look to try and win out the index of performance there, Chris Budnick and Chris Pretorius in the Bucketless Racing Mini, tried to keep it all together for the last part of the race. A little bit of action right in the closing stages as well, as we saw Cobras coming in. And of course, into pit lane now, we're back live with action down in the pit lane. And the Aston Martin, of course, of Michael Steven and Paul Hill. Big congratulations all around there from them. Gary van der Spey is going to get down there to do all of the interviews. We unfortunately had a little bit of issue with our cameras, and those will be put up a bit later on tonight. And we'll see how well everybody's reactions were after a fantastic day's racing here in the Eastern Cape. The East London Grand Prix circuit always proves to be some of the best that we've ever had. And it looks like we're going to be wrapping things up here from the East London Grand Prix circuit, as well as all the action that's happened here today. So from my side, it's been fantastic to be here. A big thanks, as I said earlier on, to everybody involved in the production. Daryl, you and your team did a fantastic job, bud. Congratulations. I know we battled with conditions and made it even more trickier than usual to ensure that the cameras worked well, but we got the action, we got all the drama. True Race supplied all the graphics and the production aspect of the event as well. So big up to Werner Hinnop and his team, to Paul Bedford and to Gary down in pit lane for bringing us information, and to the COC, Eric Schultz, for a great day's racing. To everybody out on track, the marshals and our medical team, our support cars, Haval Edenval for supplying us those incredible Haval H2s to help us with the course car as well as with the pace car. We needed big time today. I think we had 15 safety car situations today due to the conditions here in East London. But from our side, I think massive thanks to everybody here down at the East London Grand Prix circuit for bringing us another bit of hospitality. It's always a fantastic place to come and race. And we look forward to seeing you guys, of course, at Desi's Raceway at the end of October as we get into round 4 of the South African Endurance Series. From my side, the voice of choice, Greg Maloney. We'll see you soon. Take care then. Bye-bye now.